Hello, hello, hello. Hi, everyone. Thanks for coming. Thank you for coming. It's been a long time coming, too. It has been, I don't even know, over a month, number one, since I've been live. I obviously knew that Maddie's trial was coming up. And I do want to put a little bit of a disclaimer out there that before we get into everything, I'm going to be very transparent um, and let you guys know that this will be a biased stream. I'm going to tell you right ahead of time. I am very biased. I care deeply, personally, about people involved in this case, people who testified in this case. I went down there for trial specifically to help in whatever they needed during when they were testifying. And I will get into that. But I also want to make sure that I was also aware that while I was down there, I was somewhat considered media, and I'm not. I do take the channel and everything that I do seriously. But when it comes to cases, the well-being of the case, the court case, the victims, as well as those directly impacted, will always come first. And so when it comes to anyone that I spoke to while I was down there, that I was with when I was down there, those are situations that it's something I'm going to keep for me and them. Will I give you guys little pieces here and there, kind of tell you guys about the courthouse, stuff like that? Sure. But when it comes to more of the personal stuff, conversations that I had, with family members, friends, and stuff like that, I just want you guys to know ahead of time that if that's what you're looking for in the stream, you're not going to get it here. This is going to be sticking mostly just to the actual trial itself. You guys will be very surprised to know that I've made an entire presentation, and I also have some videos, and I will obviously touch on different things that I know and stuff like that. But nothing's going to be too groundbreaking. It's mostly just going to be going over all the information that has been put out publicly. Thank you, chap. And yeah, so that's kind of the gist of everything. And then what's the next thing I was going to say? Hi, everyone. Welcome in. Welcome in. Hi, Wolfie. Hi, Aries. Pointer. Christina. Hi, Glowbug. Hey, K-Braze. Pointer lover. Did I say that? I might have. But also, I will give extra warnings, but I do give trigger warnings to anyone watching. This is going to touch on, obviously, murder. Madeline Kingsbury's life was taken away from her at far too young of an age. But also, there is domestic violence in this. I will be talking about autopsy reports. I'm not going to be showing anything. I'm not going to go into too crazy of detail. But I just want you guys can see not only is there a trigger warning, viewer discretion advised on the bottom scrolling, you guys can also see the DV hotline number is also scrolling the entire time. So, all right. If you guys saw what was playing at the beginning there, I'll turn it back on just for a second so you guys can kind of see it. This here is Maddi, Madeline Kingsbury. She went missing on March 31st, 2023. So last year. She was missing for approximately 69 days before her remains were found in a culvert about 45 minutes south of where she went missing from. So I'm actually going to show you guys a video first that goes over, it's from a year ago from our local news station. And it's going to give you the short timeline as to everything going on. Oh, Al. Who's your sister? Hi, Mom. Hi, NorCal. Oh, Melina. Okay. I'm really good friends with Katie, so she might actually pop in tonight. I hope she doesn't, because I don't want her to get triggered. But I do think there's a possibility that she could. So but yeah, I know. It's good to see you, Bop. Everyone's saying hi to you, Mom. She types with one finger, guys, so she says hi, I promise. All right, so let me grab this first video for you. Hey, Revival. Which one are we gonna watch first? Timeline of you guys. So I have not done a live since all of the weird shit has been happening with StreamYard and not sharing audio and not sharing this and not sharing that. So you guys will have to let me know if and when you guys can hear it. This is from Fox 9. It is one of our local news stations here in Minnesota. Let me see. Hey, hippie chick. Hey, Dick, her mama. Oh, thank you. All right, let me know if you guys can hear this. Just give me a thumbs up. Gotta turn the sound on.
The mother of two who vanished in March has been found dead, and the father of her children is the prime suspect. But one question remains tonight. What actually happened to Maddie Kingsbury?
Maddie's disappearance gripping the state for the last couple of months, setting off searches across multiple counties and months of tireless investigations. Finally, after 69 days, Maddie's body was found not far from the family home of her ex-boyfriend.
The last 69 days have been frustrating, full of heartache and pain for the family, law enforcement, and the community. But during this time, the family never gave up.
Hours after her body was found, the ex-boyfriend, who is also the father of Maddie's two children, was arrested. Tonight, Adam Fravel is in jail for second-degree murder. So how did we get here?
I'm going to pause it right there. Just because, like I said, this is a year old. So this was just like the beginning timeline that I'm giving you guys right here through Fox 9. Since this has happened, he has also been charged with 2 more charges. So he has 2 charges of second degree and 2 charges of first degree murder in Maddie's case, which I will end up going over before I get into the timeline of trial. But just so you guys know, I will correct anything in here so that you guys know moving forward, like what is accurate and what may not be, and so on and so forth. So welcome in, everyone. Thanks for coming.
Let's take a look at the major moments of this case, from Maddie's disappearance to today. This all began on March 31st, the day Maddie disappeared. She was last seen dropping off her children at Winona Daycare with Fravel. He told police he then left to run errands and that Maddie was gone when he returned. Several days later, the BCA called Maddie's disappearance involuntary and suspicious, setting off a slew of community searches. Now, fast forward a month, there was still no sign of Maddie. A giant vigil was held in her hometown of Winona. Another month later, and Adam Fravel is in court fighting for custody of their 2 children. And then yesterday, June 7th, the body found and Adam Fravel is arrested. All of it in a span of 69 days from when Maddie first disappeared. So after several months, how did investigators finally crack this case?
All right, so I'm going to stop it there because that's the gist of just that. So I will be getting into obviously a lot more information as we get into this, but that was kind of just a little for those of you who may not have followed it in the beginning, so on and so forth. just a little bit of a gist of it. Connie, thanks for becoming a member. So let me unshare this and also work with me, guys, because I haven't been live in over a month. So as I'm maneuvering, just, yeah. So June 7th, 2023, Maddi's body is found. It is found in a culvert in Mabel, Minnesota, which is about 45 minutes south down Highway 43 from Winona, Minnesota. When I was down there last year for Maddi's memorial service, I had taken that drive and I went to the memorial that was on the corner of the street where her body was found. And it's about a 5-minute drive, give or take, from his parents' house. And we actually do hear a lot more during court of what evidence they had. Now, there was a preliminary pre-trial hearing that took place a little bit before trial began, where a lot of the witnesses that were going to be testifying in court did a pre-trial testifying. So they had gone in and testified. Both the prosecution and the defense were able to question them. And it was when the judge decided what information could be used and what information couldn't be used in court. Those transcripts were actually released. And so I somewhat had an idea before trial began, which these are open to the public. So after the live is done, I will go in and I can add in my description down below the links to where you can look up the case and the Minnesota court records systems, as well as the case numbers, so that you guys can look all that up for yourselves and get your own copies if you'd like. But those transcripts were in there. So I printed off all the pages, highlighted it, but it went through all of the prosecution's witnesses. But a lot of things in there. Hey, Jones, it's good to see you. A lot of the things in there was a lot more descriptive than what actually ended up happening in court, which I don't necessarily know if that's a good thing or a bad thing. But there was a lot of kind of, when I look at it, and like I said at the very beginning, this is going to be a very biased stream, because I am close with people on that were very close to Maddi. The things that were, how do I say this? The things that were approved for the defense, I'm going to say straight up, some of them were just straight bullshit. Halfway through trial, the defense stated that Maddi's friends were not allowed to refer to her as Maddi. They had to refer to her as Madeline Kingsbury or Miss Kingsbury, because it was like who even knows? My takeaway from it was that it personalized her too much. It humanized her too much. But it's little things like that that kind of have pissed me, and I know a lot of other people off during this. There's other parts that have pissed me off from behind the scenes that I'm not going to bring up, just in regards to kind of how things were handled. But in the end, Maddi got the justice. The team, Maddi's army, got the answer that they were fighting for. All right, so I'm going to go here. All right, let me make sure that's good. You guys know me. So I have a presentation. Let me make sure that you guys can see it. Okay, which I will. This is also going to be a public link, so you guys will be able to see this. Obviously, as I click through this, it's going to zoom in. I I would have added the entire trial onto here, but it started to lag because there was too many bubbles. So eventually this on this Prezi presentation is only the choosing of the jury up to each of the individual witnesses for the prosecution, which I believe took 10 and a half days worth of testimony of witnesses. I believe there's 36 witnesses that the prosecution came through. Of course, lurking, welcome. And I love you, Tia. Thank you. And then it took less than 3 hours for the defense to put their case out there. And they had, I think, four people that testified in Adam's defense. So we'll get into all that. And then, yes, okay. So we are going to start with when trial began. Hey, Jennifer. October 7th, 2024 is day 1. So you guys will see I have everything dated as well as what day of trial it is, just because obviously it was only Monday through Friday, and then towards the end there were a handful of days skipped because of the election and so on. But October 7th, 2024 is day 1. It was a Monday. Jury selection begins. On that first day, there were 126 jurors called. 96 of them showed up. So the first half here, I am going to kind of just give you guys an overview of who the jurors were, just because in the way that my brain works, I was trying to explain this to my boyfriend earlier. She's like, why are you telling people who the jury is? And I was like, well, in my head, to be able to get a verdict, I think it's also important to see how the prosecution and the defense chose the jury. That might just be a bunch of unneeded information, but for me, it kind of helps my brain through that, like, time frame and how everything worked out the way that it did. I'm not going to spend a ton of time on it. I'm just going to kind of give you guys the overview of the jurors that were chosen, and then we'll get into the actual trial. K-Braze, yeah, I like to know the ingredients before I eat something. Exactly. And it also helps my mind to understand what I'm eating. So on the first day there is 126 jurors were called. 96 showed up. There was a questionnaire given. That questionnaire is also on the Minnesota Court Records website under the case number. But some of the questions were like, have you ever heard of Madeline Kingsbury? How much news do you consume? That news would include TV news. It would also include online news, apps, there are newspapers, so I won't say no one reads newspapers, but also magazines. But I think it also wouldn't include, do you take in true crime on the internet and everything like that? You're welcome. It also asked, do you know anyone who has struggled with DV? Have you ever struggled with DV? So DV is obviously short for domestic violence. Unfortunately, YouTube flags the word, so I'm going to be, sticking to DV. But yes, if anyone does have any questions, please feel free. My mods, who I think is Tia right now, will drop, hopefully, some of them. Tia, can you try dropping one of the DV links? I sent it in our chat. I just don't even know if Nightbot is working. I'm going to try to. Let's see if it wants to work. We'll see, since I haven't been live. Okay, it worked. Sweet. So throughout the live tonight, there will be different domestic violence links and resources that will be dropped throughout the chat. I believe Tia will also drop, and whatever other mods end up coming in. We'll end up dropping also different links for Maddi, Maddi's Facebook group, and so on. So if any of you guys would like to join any of that as well. I also have my link tree linked above, which also has domestic violence resources as well. All right. So the defense in this case has 15 strikes and the prosecution has 9. So a strike is just when they say, nope, I don't want that juror. So if a juror comes in and is like, yeah, I've been in 2 domestic violence, relationships. Well, obviously the defense is going to use one of their strikes because that's going to go towards the prosecution on being someone who's sympathetic, and so on. There were also 2 motions that were heard that day in front of the court. The first one was whether or not Adam Fravel, who is the defendant in this case, he will not be wearing restraints in the courtroom. And then the next motion heard was no justice for Maddi or domestic violence awareness clothing, buttons, or bracelets. So in both the search for Maddi and the fight for justice for Maddi, there have been t-shirts, buttons, light bulbs, stickers, bumper stickers, bracelets, and so on that were sold throughout Winona, throughout the state of Minnesota. I know I've sent a handful out to friends and family across the country of bracelets and stuff like that. None of that was going to be allowed in the courtroom because it would bias the jury. I'll take a quick sip of water too. Hey, Lisa. Thank you, Connie. All right. Now I will say originally people were like, fine, then we'll just wear blue because blue is the color, blue and purple. So I forget which one is which, but I believe one of them is the domestic violence color and one of them was Maddie's favorite color. I always end up getting them mixed up. Oh, thanks, Chapped. So are you. Thank you. So those were all things that originally people were like, well, we'll just do that. We'll just read that. We'll just do whatever. Tia, you just if you put a exclamation point and then whatever's on there, I sent them in the messenger. But then even at that point, the court was like, hey, we're not going to have this huge blue wave back there because then people are still going to be knowing what's going on. So at that point, it was like, yeah, you can have blue, but sprinkle it in. Don't make it obvious, stuff like that. Which, okay, I can understand because that can bias a jury, but still. All right. Next, we have October 8th, 2024, which was day 2. The juror questioning continues. By this point, day 2, no jurors had been seated yet. We then get to October 9th, 2024, which is day 3. 150 potential jurors are called in. 20 end up being called back, and it's at this point that 3 jurors are seated. How is it going to work? There we go. Oh, Chapped, thank you so much. You didn't have to do that. Thank you. And welcome in, everyone. Welcome to all the new members. Each month with my memberships, we end up donating. I use the money towards StreamYard, stuff like that. But then after that, all the money is donated to wherever we decide as members and those with memberships. Now, I will say that does not happen every month. I don't hit the threshold to take money out every month. But when we do, that is what we do with it here. So, all right. So here's a little bit on jurors. All right. Juror number 1 was a middle-aged female with no knowledge of the case, and she'd never sat on a jury before. Juror number 2. Hey, Amethyst. Juror number 2 was a middle-aged female who remembers when Maddi went missing and when she was found, but has not formed an opinion on the case. Hi, Jim. And juror number 3 was a woman originally from Germany who was interested in true crime. So, those are the first 3 jurors to be seated in the case. Then we go to October 10th through 11th, which are days 4 and 5. And we have 4 more jurors that are seated. Juror number 4 is a retired mom. She's a former physician's assistant, and she has a history of treating patients with a history of DV, but has no prior knowledge of the case. Juror number 5 was a single man who works retail, knows of the case through TV media, but does not know the accusations regarding Adam Fravel. Juror number 6 is a male delivery driver. He witnessed an abusive relationship between his parents, but he claims it will not affect his judgment. Juror number 7 is a middle-aged male. He is a father and he's a banker. So now we're up to 7 jurors. We needed 12, and then I believe they had 5. Thank you, chat. Thank you so much. Thank you. So we needed 12, and then I believe they had between 3 and 5 alternates. So we make it to October 14th, which is day 6. 6 jurors are seated on this day. So we start with juror number 8, who is a middle-aged woman. She owns a small business with her husband. And juror number 9 is a female nurse who knew about the case, but she is willing to be on the jury to fulfill her civic obligation. Juror number 10 is a male, father of 2. He's a metal worker. Juror number 11 is male, mid to late 30s, works as a credit analyst at a bank. He is the CFO at his church and has very little knowledge of the case. And juror number 12, who's the final juror, is a male divorced father who works at a gas station. On this day, the first alternate juror was also chosen. We go to October 15th through 16th. 4 alternate jurors are seated. All 4 are men, and there's not really a ton of information. I believe that the day that closing arguments happened, one of the jurors had a cruise, so they had to leave because they were told that it would be done by November 1st, and it wasn't. So I do believe one of the alternates filled in, but I'm not sure which one, and so on. And then October 17th, 2024, day 9 was a travel day for the jurors. So gave them a day to travel to make sure all of their plans and everything were in order. And then trial begins. So October 17th, 2024, day 9. So prosecution. These are the opening statements. I'm going to be giving you guys kind of just the overview. If you have questions, feel free to ask them in chat. I'll answer to the best of my ability. But these are just the opening statements. So with the witnesses and everything like that, they're supposedly supposed to continue on and go through all of the information. Okay. The prosecution's opening statements were as follows. This is kind of just, like I said, an overview. It started off talking about how Maddi was a successful career woman who became increasingly frustrated with Adam Fravel's inability to contribute. Contribute, you guys will find out, has to do with monetarily, has to do with, which goes towards rent, daycare, everything like that. It also is help around the house, as well as help with their 2 children. The prosecution also brought up Spencer. So what you guys will learn throughout this is that throughout the few years before Maddi goes missing, there is someone else that comes in and out of her life. It is during times when her and Adam were on breaks. But his name is Spencer. And we will get into him. He does testify. But yes, from what I've heard, Spencer is an incredible human being. So we also learned that Maddi had terminated her lease. We also found out that Maddi had found a new townhouse to live in because she was currently residing with the kids and Adam at the house that she was currently in. The prosecution also ended up going over a list of electronics and video evidence showing that Adam had killed Maddi and covered it up. as well as a preview of the testimony of the DV and their relationship. Hi, Pepper. Welcome in. We gotta take a break from talking every few seconds. All right. So the defense now started. Day 9. Thank you, Chapped. Thank you. The defense started with geography of Winona, Rushford, Choice, and Mabel. So in the grand scheme of things, Winona is where the case technically takes place. This is where Maddi and Adam lived, and so on. And then if you go down Highway 43, you go through Rushford, and then to Choice, which is in between Choice and Mabel, is where Maddi's remains end up being found. Hey, Nash Native. And if you guys do hear me taking any breaths or muting, don't worry. It's just hard to talk about a lot of it still, so doing my best. Oh, great. Hi, Abby. Hi, Colt. Hi, Rhett. Hi, Bobo. Hi, Nate. All right. They also decided defense was going to paint their own picture of Maddi and Adam's relationship, which they stated was very much just like every other relationship. Hey, Lurker. They had ups and downs. They were on and off, but it was pretty much the exact same. Let me see. Well, there you are. Otter Daisy, I was actually just talking about you and how I wasn't sure if you were going to come at all. That's what she said. But, how proud I am of you. Let me see. Hey, Grandma Sherry. I'm going to grab some Tylenol quick, but I'm going to keep playing. I'm going to stop sharing this one for a second, and I'm going to go back to sharing this one while I go grab some Tylenol, because I'm not going to leave you guys on open air. So give me just a second. I'm going to finish the timeline one that we were watching a second ago, and I will be right back. Hang on. There we go. Making sure you guys can see it.
It went down to Winona, where law enforcement and the community stopped at nothing to find her.
More than 450 tips came in since Maddie Kingsbury disappeared in March. Investigators say ultimately it was a tip related to electronic evidence, either phone or computer data, that led them to find her body. Madeline Kingsbury's favorite color still covers her hometown, a sign of this community's exhaustive search efforts over the last 69 days.
While this discovery is not what we were hoping for, we are thankful to be able to bring Maddi home to her family.
Her closest friends were at Winona City Hall as police and the Fillmore County Sheriff's Office confirmed the remains they found Wednesday afternoon were Maddi's.
She's home, but not the way we wanted.
Maddi's family members sent Thursday in a statement that they look forward to getting justice for her. Her sister, who's been a vocal advocate since she went missing, telling social media she's glad Adam Fravel has been arrested.
We're confident that he will get the punishment that he deserves.
Investigators say digital evidence brought them to an area off Highway 43 north of Mabel that had previously been searched, and they found the body in a wooded area off a public gravel road.
There were efforts made to conceal the location of the body, and it was not visible from the roadway.
The sheriff noted that Maddi's remains were not found on land owned by Fravel's family, but they do own property a few minutes away. Investigators would not say whether the body had been moved or if there were any alleged accomplices.
We have said that we will hold anyone involved in Madeline's disappearance accountable, and we are here to tell you that we will hold steadfast on that commitment.
For now, Maddi's loved ones are thanking the community for its endless support and asking that it continues.
Keep your lights on. Support us through the trial. It's going to be a rough one.
We're still waiting to hear a cause of death in this case, as well as when to expect a charge or charges against Adam Fravel.
Sorry, I should have warned you, Otter Daisy, that you were going to hear and see yourself. Sorry. Okay. Let's get back to this one. All right, let me make sure I shared it back with you guys. Okay. Can you guys hear me? I just want to make sure you guys can hear me. Okay. All right. Okay. All right, so back to what the defense. They also had brought up texts from Maddi to her sister saying she was going to marry Adam at some point. But then they also stated that both Maddi and Adam had planned to separate in a cooperative and planned manner. Fravel had cooperated with police, and that they were also going to challenge the prosecution's version of how and where Maddi was found. They were also going to bring up a neighbor who had never heard them fighting or any discord between the two of them. Do we have any questions so far? No? Really? Tell you guys, I've worked on this for over 12 hours the last 2 days. So we're going to get into the prosecution's witnesses first. Thank you again, everyone, for being here. Oh, I love you too, Tia. Thank you. Yeah, me too, K-Brace. Okay. Witness number 1 was Ethan Sense. He was a Winona police officer. He was dispatched to Maddi and Adam's residence on March 31st, 2023 at 8:19 p.m. for a welfare check. He met the friend who had called and looked around the scene. That would be Katie, who had called. He tried calling Maddi. She didn't answer. Called David Kingsbury, Maddi's dad, as well. And then, let me see. Also called Adam's mom. She actually answered and said Adam was putting the kids to bed and would call back. Adam ended up calling back about 20 to 30 minutes later. And he stated that him and Maddi had dropped the kids off at daycare that morning and that he hadn't heard from her since. He picked the kids up at 4:15 when he didn't hear from Maddi. And then Fravel actually had asked Ethan, the officer, can I expect any sort of follow-up? I don't know if I should be worried or what. There was cross-examination on this witness. DA Bauer focused on Officer Sense's training, stating he had been with the Winona Police Department for only 8 months. He also asked about a spot of what appeared to be vomit on the scene and if it was collected for evidence. Sense said no, it was not collected for evidence, and he did not collect it, and neither did anyone else. When asked if Sense saw anything related to a struggle, he answered no. Thank you, everyone, for being here. 1 second. Give me just a second. Of course. Give me 1 sec. Doing things behind the scenes here. Get that. Stupid StreamYard. Give me 1 second. I'm gonna drop Tia a link so she can help me if I need a second. It's giving me a headache. Thank you. I appreciate that. And thank you to everyone for being here and hanging with me as I do this. Okay, Tia, I sent it. You too, LFT, if you want, but just because I don't like dead air and I tend to get anxious when I'm anxious. Thank you. All right. I'm going to wait for Tia quick so that way I can bounce ideas off her. I love you too. But we'll go through this. Right, K-Rays? It's like 40 degrees outside. And I'm like sweating and hot. Okay, here's Tia.
Hi.
Hiya. Okay, I just need you as backup in case I need to mute to collect myself.
No worries, I'm here for you.
Hi, Chico. All right.
Hi, Chico. Chico just did a really good live.
Really? Okay, good.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yes, it is. Yeah. My mom's up here, guys. Say hi to Karen, everyone.
Hi, Karen.
I'm making her anxious because she can tell that I'm anxious. No, I'm good.
You got this, girl. You got this. Yeah. You've worked so hard. This is your moment.
Oh, gosh.
And I know it's overwhelming, but you have this.
Yes. And then there's Otter Daisy, who's going to get us into more trouble. Says, I'm not sequestered anymore, so if you need me to hop in, just ask. Yeah. Well, Katie, I have a video of you at the end of you guys chanting in front of the courthouse. So you'll get to see that again as well. See, Nash Native, I get nauseous. So I took Tylenol and I took a Zofran. But I think too,
is it the subject matter that's getting to, like, are you just overwhelmed?
I think so. I think it is, but I also I love you too, Katie. For those of you guys that don't know, Otter Daisy is Katie Kolka, which is actually who we were just talking about. She is the one who went to Maddi's house and called 911 for the welfare check. That kind of started this whole thing. She is one of Maddi's best friends, and I have gotten very close to her and love her and her family very much over the last year. And so much so that, like I said, I went down there to support her and Sterling during all of the testifying. Wrenches got thrown into those plans a little bit. I was down there. But let's just say court does not run on your own time. So just send Otter Daisy in chat there all of the love and support. And I tell you almost every text, every call we have, how proud I am of you and Sterling for everything that you guys have done for Maddi and everything that you're going to continue to do. It was actually, Katie was behind adopting a highway in Maddi's honor as well. Which there is a Facebook group for as well that I can link after the fact. So
she talks like this behind your back too, Katie. Just so you know.
Yeah, I do.
It's not just for the tubes, but actually she speaks like this about you behind your back.
Yeah, which I think is a good thing.
I think it's a great thing.
All right. So we have October 17th, 2024, day 9. Witness number 2 was Anita Sabata. She's an investigator with the Nona Police Department. She interviewed Adam Fravel on April 1st and 2nd. Yeah. She had the opportunity to sit in that courtroom and see firsthand. Body cam footage was shown from the interview on April 1st, 2023. Yeah. Once in a lifetime opportunity, and I chose you, and I'd continue choosing you. That's what I was there for. I was there for you, not for anything. I mean, I was obviously there for justice for Maddi, but you know what I mean. So, and then on that body cam, from Adam's first interview on April 1st, 2023, although not completely clear, this was showed to the jury. Adam's face was covered in scratches, specifically near his nostrils, his Adam's apple, and his eye. We find out later on that he also had bruises all over, including his chest and his arms. On the second interview, which was April 2nd, it's also shown. And Adam ends up admitting to the Gabby Petito incident, but claimed that he had just hugged her. It was stupid. I was trying to make a joke. So I'm going to have to kind of go over the Gabby Petito incident here because it's not super specified throughout. It is in the original arrest affidavit and so on. So back in September of 2021, there's a few different things because what Maddi had told her friends and family was that she was watching a Gabby Petito documentary with Adam. And at some point during this documentary, Adam turned to her, grabbed her by the throat, pushed her onto the couch, and said, "If you don't mind, you're going to end up like Gabby Petito." That has changed a little bit. In one of the interviews that Adam had done with police, which is later on, we'll hear the testimony from the officer. It is stated that Adam had stated that the conversation was it Adam stated or someone else? Someone else had stated down the line that it was because he had found out about Spencer. And he said something along the lines of, "If you leave me, you're going to end up like Gabby Petito." Tia, while I take a sip of water, would you tell them just a synopsis of the Gabby story quick?
Yeah, Gabby Petito was brutally attacked and unalived by her boyfriend. I can't remember the year. I want to say it was 2021. And left while he drove back. Brian Laundrie, you guys might remember Brian Laundrie, drove back to Florida. And then when he got home, he ran into the swamp and unalived himself. There was a manhunt for a long time for him, and they finally uncovered his remains. Prior to that, though, they did find Gabby's remains, and she was returned to her family.
Yes. Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome. Tell me if you need longer, because I don't want to take up too much time yet.
No. You're good. You're good. Yeah. K-Braze, me too. That was also, there was a DV incident in the Gabby Petito case. Like K-Braze stated in chat there, it is something that was caught on camera. The police only separated them. The law was that one of them was supposed to go to jail. And instead they just separated them, and then eventually they ended up coming back together. And then Brian Laundrie ended up killing Gabby Petito, leaving her body there, and then he fled, like Tia said, back to Florida, where he went home to his parents. They went camping, and then eventually he went down into the nature preserve and unalived himself. So obviously the situation is horrendous. The fact that anyone would utilize that as a joke in the first place is insane to me. Hey, Pennywise. Lord killed him. Nobody could find him. Then his parents spend a few minutes in the woods and bang, they find him. Always a sus to me. Now, first thing I want to say to that is it's sus that you're using the word sus, number one. But number two, I agree with you 100%. Yeah.
That was a hard case. Gabby was a difficult one to watch that unravel. And I think a lot of us watched it all unravel on YouTube. Yeah. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. I remember when it first started going crazy when Red, White, and Bethune had posted their footage and came out, and it was before all of like the news footage had actually gotten it.
Yeah.
So it was very interesting between Gabby Petito and the Idaho 4 case, how fast the internet spreads information. Now, I will say that is not always accurate information. AV math. But a lot of the times we would hear something here on YouTube and the news stations would pick it up like a week later, which was always crazy to me. But the gist of that whole situation is there's a situation between Maddi and Adam where, like I said, there's not a ton of...
I'll be right back, Mel. Just give me one sec.
You're good. There's not a ton of, like, there's obviously what Maddi told friends and family. And Adam actually admits to it on body cam that this happened. But really, Pepper? It was crazy. But like the exact gist of it is that Adam put his hands around Maddi's neck, pushed her down, whether that be to the ground, whether that be on the couch, so on. That he told her that she was potentially, if she didn't mind, didn't do as he was saying, and so on, that she was going to end up like Gabby Petito. Now, I will say this did not go unnoticed. This is not something that she just got up, brushed herself off, and was like, oh, well. It was more of like she told people, she immediately told her family, which we will end up hearing from her parents, her mom, her dad, her stepmom, her sister in regards to this incident. You'll also hear a lot of her friends speak about this incident. It is a very focal case, like a very focal matter in this case, because one of the charges against Adam in regards to Maddi is murder in the first degree with a history of domestic violence. So this was a central part to the ability to charge Adam with that specific charge. Now he's charged with four counts, 2 of second degree murder and 2 of first degree murder. Not gonna lie, confused the shit out of me. Didn't understand it. But in the end, I don't really care because, spoiler alert, he is found guilty of all 4 charges. But I will say that the jury also had some of the same questions that I had when they asked questions towards the end, which I will also get to you guys. But I'm kind of making sure that I'm not forgetting anything. So I'm kind of touching here and there as I go. All right. So let's go here. In this interview as well that Anita Sabata, the investigator with the Winona Police Department, did, the interview also shows Adam Fravel speaking about Maddi being the breadwinner, as well as speaking on her relationship with Spencer. which was the person she was currently seeing. Fravel stated, here we go. Fravel stated that he said if Maddi did not stop talking to Spencer, that she would end up like Gabby Petito. So there's where that quote came from. I knew it came from somewhere, and I knew I had it in here somewhere. But kind of reading through her testimony and stuff like that was the first time I'd actually heard it in that sense. So that was interesting. Katie, if you're still listening, had you heard that before? That Adam had stated it that way, that if she did not stop talking to Spencer, right? Burden of proof. Tell me about it.
I have a question for you when you have a second.
What's up?
So I'm actually asking selfishly this question, but how did it feel? We cover these cases on paper, and I don't mean that in a negative way or disrespectful, but
like systematically.
Correct. Mm-hmm. What was it like to be in the court with the family, with the person indicted, hearing the things that you were hearing? What was that like for you? Did it make it more three-dimensional? Did it make it harder? What was it like for you? I want to hear that portion of the.
So, and this is kind of a part that I haven't touched on as much, just because I don't know exactly, like, if Katie's, once again, another question for Katie, but can I kind of give the overview of what we were doing at the courthouse? Like, are we allowed to say that? I don't know. But if you guys kind of saw when Katie was writing in the chat farther up, she said she had the opportunity to sit in there and she chose to be with me instead. So I never went in the courtroom. I was at the courthouse, but I stayed where I was needed emotionally, not anywhere else, if that makes sense. So I was with Katie, Sterling, and the kids behind the scenes, not taking everything in.
I think you were still taking things in.
I was still taking things in. Obviously, I saw people. I saw, I will say probably one of the weirdest parts, for me at least, was when we walked into court that day with Katie, Sterling, and the kids and me, and the cameras were on us.
Oh.
Which, thank God we had the kids, because they're not allowed to put the kids on TV. But I think that was one of the times where I'm like, this is an instance where you need to remember why you are doing this, because what they're doing and how they're making Katie and Sterling feel as we're walking in here, is never how I want to make anyone involved in a case feel.
Interesting.
And that was one of those things where it's like, it's so uncomfortable because there's cameras pointed at you. You know that they're recording you walking in. And I knew they were recording Katie. I knew that they were focusing on Katie, focusing on Sterling. But it was one of those times where, because I knew how they were feeling behind the scenes about the cameras and the press being there, that I was like, please, if I ever get to a point where I'm not doing everything for the victim, for their families, then there's no point in having this platform. And I'd say not only that being something that really impacted me while being there. Katie said they filmed us struggling to get 3 kids in the car. Chessie was screaming and we just wanted to get out of there. Yeah. But not
Nothing
only
like
that,
filmed at the worst day of your life.
Well, and he's 1. Like, they were, 1, 6, and 4-year-old. So imagine us 3 with those 3 trying to get into a courthouse where we're all trying to look nice, but we're also carrying in toys, food. I snuck McDonald's Happy Meals in there. Like, it was like, it was a lot.
Yeah.
Hi, Becky. Thanks for coming. But that was one of those times where getting, like, in the moment, it feels surreal, but you get in there, and because I obviously was there with Katie, and I was with Katie after that, and I know Katie as a person, to see, yeah, all trapped in the hotel room.
Oh.
And then that's what I was asking Katie. Can I tell them where we were on the day at the courthouse? Like, how that all happened? Can I talk about that? But not only that, but I've also, like I said, I've had the pleasure to know Maddie's mom. And I've met Maddie's sister, and her stepmom I got the pleasure of meeting when I was down there. And I don't know if it's just me, but to have, like, the thought of exploiting my conversations with them or something like that, like, makes me sick. And so it's so, I'd say that was the one thing. The other part that was interesting behind the scenes is seeing literally there's I don't know. Okay, I can say that. One other thing. What about the hotel thing, Katie? So I'll start by the other thing, but Katie, let me know if I can tell the kind of the hotel overview story. So when you are set to testify, you obviously don't know at what point in time you're going to be called. So you have to be at the courthouse for long periods of time in between. Because you'll probably be there from when the person before you starts to when the person after you ends, type of thing, because you never know the exact time and you have to be there and you have to be ready. It was a little bit... Oh, okay. It was, where was I?
The person before, you have to be there, you plan on being there for a while.
So it made it a little bit more difficult because it was both Katie and Sterling. So mom and dad that were going to be testifying at separate times. They have 3 kids that were with them. And so they end up giving us this huge, like, conference room. We are obviously troublemakers, and we were trying to get the what's it called, thing turned on so we could watch a movie, but that didn't work because we didn't have an HDMI cable. I have everything else in my purse but an HDMI cable. They had whiteboards, so we were drawing things and coloring, but we were pretty much just stuck in this room. There's no vending machines, there's no nothing. And it was me, Katie, Sterling, and then a 6-year-old, a 3-year-old, and a 1-year-old. So we literally were just kind of sequestered in this room, not allowed to leave except for going to the bathroom, until they were called to testify. We end up staying there. We got called in on right, Grandma Sherry.
Grandma Sherry,
I definitely carry an HDMI cable now in my purse. Absolutely. But we just kind of sat there, and originally Katie was set to testify Monday. We called Monday, which was Archer's birthday, and they're like, actually, you're not going to go till tomorrow. So we got to celebrate Archer's birthday a little bit. And then Tuesday we went in and we spent the day there. She ends up not even testifying that day. So we spent the whole day at the courthouse, sitting in this room, cooped up, having to make ourselves not go crazy
with the children. Yeah.
But not only that, is you also, not me, but Katie and Sterling have to avoid everyone else because they're sequestered. So you're going into a courthouse where you're not allowed to talk to anybody else in the courthouse. So it was like.
Can you talk about your attire at the hotel?
What do you? I just like to wear my Maddi stuff at the hotel, but that's all I can talk about.
Okay. I love that you were like browsing around, just
I'm trying to wait for my quesadilla, wearing my Maddi stuff, and I get bitched at.
Yeah.
No reason behind that.
Nope. Just because she's a fashionista.
Yep.
And Maddi's beautiful.
Yep. So it was kind of like that, and then they go the next day. They get there, and she ends up testifying at the end of that day. But unfortunately, that time frame did not allow for Sterling. So that's another night that they ended up having to stay. Sterling ended up testifying the next day, and so on, which I do have both of their testimonies in here that we'll get through. So let me keep doing this. Sorry, I got off on a tangent.
No, thank you for answering my question.
Of course, yeah. I will say it was a very, very, very small courtroom, and I wanted to make sure that once family was able to testify and be in there, that I didn't take up a spot that could have potentially been theirs as well. Or people who were there taking notes for them and so forth. So we have the next day, October 18th, which was day 10. We have witness 3, who was Mackenzie Anderson. She is a forensic scientist for the BCA, which is the Bureau of Criminal Apprehension. She presented photos and videos of a walkthrough of Maddi and Adam's household. The footage included marks on the wall with paint missing in one of the bedrooms, a coat with a phone in it, a backpack with 2 laptops, and a tote with 4 camera bags in it, or camera boxes. I will tell you, too, the McDonald's, they were in the Halloween buckets, so it was like 2 bright orange buckets that I smuggled into the courthouse. And a 10-piece chicken nugget. So, luckily, I just wrapped them in Chester's blanket and put them in a bag, so.
The smell of French fries wasn't obvious at all.
Luckily, everyone was in court, so it wasn't like I was walking through a crowd of people, because you would have known. So then, now I will say that the marks on the wall with the paint missing, I believe from previous testimony, is where their cameras used to be. There were cameras in the house, and those had been taken down on the 29th. So Maddi goes missing on the 31st, and they were taken down on the 29th. Right, Jim?
Mm-hmm.
Surprised I didn't eat them on the way in is the real thing. All right. She says that she also saw stains during the investigation inside the house. They were tested for blood, but the test was negative. So that was her testimony. The next witness was Andrew Mohan. He is an investigator. He was the one that had searched Adam's car where no blood was found. But if you guys ever did read the arrest affidavit, he was driving Maddi's van that day anyways. So I guess cross your T's and dot your I's. But he also assisted in, well, he didn't assist. He searched the residence after the BCA. So it would have been after Mackenzie Anderson, the forensic scientist, did. Sorry, Chico.
I love Chico.
Not only that, but then Katie goes, "What's the password?" as I'm trying to get in. I'm standing in the hallway with smuggled McDonald's chicken nuggets, and she's trying to get me to to tell her a password to get in the door. Now, I will say I was making her give me a password. I was making Sterling give me a password every time he came in, but so Andrew Mohan searched the residence after the BCA, and he ended up taking a laptop, 2 iPhones, and a wallet for evidence. He also was part of the search for Adam Fravel's. Yes, Grandma Sherry, I will. he searched Adam's parents' home, which is the one that was close to where the remains were found, as well as a storage unit that they had. And he had said that he had found a white coat and boots that he had taken in for evidence. He also noted that when he was at Adam's parents' home, that he had seen electronics that had been attempted to be burned in a burn pit in their yard. So if you guys, throw up them red flags, that's one of them. Burning the computers and stuff. Electronics in the burn pit.
Damn.
Which we will hear more about that burn pit as time goes on. So now we are going to October 21st, 2024, which is day 11. Were we on day 11 already?
Yeah.
We were. Damn. Okay. Right, K-Breeze? This was my birthday. And it was day 11. It was a Monday. So this is the second week of the actual trial. The day started off with the doorbell cam footage shown, which if any of you guys have watched the 48 Hours episode on Maddi's case, I believe there's 2 now. But there is doorbell footage of Maddi and Adam dropping the children off at daycare, and it is the last footage of Maddi seen alive. So that is shown on that 48 Hours episode. True. Brian Laundrie did have the burn after reading.
That's right.
And so that was shown at the beginning of this day. I'm sure that it kind of leads into... Oh, thank you, Connie. That's awesome. Hey, Miss W, it's good to see you. Leads into, I'm sure, showing that doorbell cam footage kind of leads into witness number 5, who was the daycare provider. I have added the official names of people in here if they were stated in the different notes and articles that I kind of used to compile all of this. But if it was not needed, I didn't put it in. For instance, I know the daycare provider's name, but I know that from personal knowledge, so I'm not just going to throw that in there if she was under daycare provider, if that makes sense. She said, now the daycare provider is the one whose house this doorbell cam footage is shown on, and was there for drop-off and pickup. So she said it was very rare for Adam to pick the kids up on his own. They very much did it together, aka how we watched Maddi and Adam drop the kids off that morning for daycare together. That was normal. It was also normal for them to pick the kids up together. She did say, though, that in the rare occasion that it did happen that Adam would pick them up, his daughter would immediately ask, "Where's mommy?" He would always reply, "She's on her way back home from work, honey. We'll see her soon." This was different on March 31st, 2023. When he picked up the children alone this day, and his daughter had asked, "Where's mommy?" Instead of saying, "She's on her way back home from work, honey. We'll see her soon," all he said was, "Let's go to grandma's." Another red flag, and enough of a red flag where the daycare provider noted it and was like, "That's weird." And shared it with the proper authorities and such as time went on. So, witness number 6, Stephen Rysted. Yes, Chico. Stephen Rysted is a Winona police sergeant. He talks about Adam Fravel's outfit in the daycare drop-off video, which is also, like I said, the video shown at the beginning of the day. If you guys do want to see that, there are 2 48-hour episodes. Oh, hang on. Oh, do you? Okay. You email it to me? Wait, or text it to me and I can email it to myself? Or no, send it to me on Facebook, Katie. Send it to me on Messenger so that way I can just pull it up. Katie said she has the doorbell footage.
Oh, wow.
Which, it's already out there, so, but she has a copy of it, which would be nice.
Yes, it just makes it easier for you.
Yeah. Okay. Let me know. Katie, I'm telling you, it's that damn security screen. I didn't even see my phone light up next to me because of the security screen. Your favorite thing. Okay. So, while we're waiting for that, Stephen Reisted, the Winona police sergeant, talks about what Adam is wearing when he drops the kids off versus when he picks them up. So he says when the kids are dropped off by Maddi and Adam, he's wearing dark gray sweatpants, a white jacket, red hunter's cap, and white tennis shoes, compared to daycare pickup, where the outfit is the same, but instead of his white tennis shoes, he is wearing brown boots. Now, if we go back to the investigator previously, which would have been witness number 4, remember he stated that he had taken a pair of shoes and a coat from Adam's parents' house, a white coat. So I'm pretty sure the two would go hand in hand. I don't know if that was ever specified as to which was which. But in my opinion, that's kind of where it went. You know what I mean? And so that was kind of the gist of his. There were a lot of people who came up for one specific thing, testified, and then were done. It wasn't a huge, long thing. There's only a handful of people that actually had super long testimonies. Witness number 7 on the same day, Monday, October 21st, was Jeremy Locklear, either one. And he is a neighbor of, thank you guys, thank you so much. He is a neighbor of Maddi and Adam's at their townhouse. He stated that on the morning of March 31st, 2023 at 9:30 a.m., he noticed something out of the ordinary. Maddi's van had been backed up into the driveway up close to the garage. Now, he said this was out of the ordinary because usually they just pulled the car in. They never backed in. So it was different and out of the ordinary enough that he noticed it in passing. We then, if another thing, which I have my previous Maddi video where I have like the arrest affidavit. I can go through it again at some point. But the arrest affidavit for Adam when he was first arrested for Maddi's murder on June 7th, 2023. It goes over the map of where the van was seen. So one thing, though, that this specific person had talked about, which is more one of the people that was doing all of these notes every day, was someone that was in one of the search groups. It is said that a van matching Maddi's van was seen going down the road that her body would eventually be found on, which if it's a maintenance road. So the road starts out as like a road and then it turns into like a dirt road that has the divots for where your tires go. So it would have just been like dirt. And then there's, I don't know if that makes sense. So it's like dirt. And then because cars have gone back there for maintenance, the tires have made little indents that your car can just drive through now. It starts off as just like going through the woods, but as you go farther down, there's one side completely drops off and then the other side goes straight up a hill. It's very skinny. I've driven down it to the point where when you drive down it, you have to back up. And it's the type where someone needs to be outside of the car backing you up, because if you're an inch too far, your car's going down a cliff type of road. Yeah. And it's a dirt road. So it's the type of road where as soon as you get off of that gravel at the very beginning, you're going to know this is not the right road and turn around. And they had said whoever this quote was from, which I'm not sure, so take it with a grain of salt, was that usually cars would turn down there during the searches, realize it's a dead end, you can't go anywhere, and turn around. A van matching Maddi's van description was seen on the day that she went missing and had gone down this road, but instead of turning around right away, was down there for about 15 minutes. A search group spoke to the landowner where Maddi's remains ended up being found. And the landowner stated to them, and this is directly from someone within that search group, stated that they had noticed footprints in the creek bed, that he had taken a photo. These searchers had gotten that photo and lightened it, and you could clearly see drag marks from like a container with the footprints. I think they believe that potentially he could have transferred her in some type of container. If you guys do know the story, he claimed to have, hang on, let me see. Oh, shit.
Oh, shit.
Do you want the first one too, Katie? Hang on. She just sent me the videos. I'm going to save them quick.
So in a brief intermission, we just want to point you to the top. If you want to become a member of this awesome channel, please click that link down there and become a member of Malicious Intent and support the channel. She donates her proceeds after she hits her $100.
Yes.
Not all of us make that in a month, so sometimes it's a month or two.
Sometimes it's 3 or 4.
Sometimes it is. I can attest to this, but it gets donated nonetheless, and she has her community choose where you guys would like to donate.
Yes. Usually we end up donating it to like whatever case we do that month. The month that we did like the Susan Powell case, we donated it to the Susan Cox Powell Foundation. When we did Maura Murray that month, we donated it to the Maura Murray Foundation, or the foundation that her family has done. Oh my gosh, you're okay. Grateful Middle Age Cat Mom. Thank you for being here. All right, let me grab the videos. I got them. I just have to pull them up quick, and they're going to automatically start playing because that's just how my life is. Damn, it's huge. That's what she said.
We have a couple of those tonight.
It's because Katie's here. But Katie pulls out of me, so that's what she said. That's the way we kept ourselves from crying all those few days. Every chance we got was that's what she said. Okay, hang on. Now I'm going to share this. Present. There's no sound on it, so window. So this is, make sure you guys are seeing what I'm seeing. Okay, here you go.
Yeah, we can see.
Any funding for foundation, if anyone has any leads. Yes. And I'm going to be working with Katie alongside Maddi's family as well to make sure that we can start a foundation. I believe it's for domestic violence in Maddi's honor as well. So if anyone does have any funding or anything like that you guys can lead us in that direction, please, you can reach out to me and I can give it to Katie. I can give it to Krista, Maddi's mom. But yeah, any leads would help.
Actually, I have a note to that.
Yeah.
I would definitely get in touch with Joe Petito on Twitter. He is super responsive and amazing and always willing to help anybody. So if you haven't tried that route, that's a great one.
Okay. I also think that potentially maybe if we hit the threshold this month, Katie, maybe if all the members are okay, I can do a members thing and we can put the proceeds of this month towards the starting of the foundation. So I think that would be a good place for everything that's been going on lately. What do you think of that? Okay. Katie, the video of your house. Am I okay to play that? Because I don't think that one's out there. Okay, let me play this while we're talking. Oh, Grandma Sherry, thank you so much. I appreciate that. But I don't do it for the money, and you know that. So for me, if I'm able to contribute my hardworking time and money to helping you start this, then absolutely. Okay. All right, let me go back. Let me find where I was. I'm going to play this for you. So this is the video of Maddi and Adam dropping the kids off at daycare from the doorbell. Oh, there is sound. I don't know if you guys can hear it, though. It's so fast.
Oh, he's a big fella.
Just wait till you see the other video in a second here. Katie, how tall is he? Not compared to you, just in general. He's huge.
Yeah.
So that's the footage that was shown of them, Maddi and Adam, dropping the kids off at school, at daycare. Where'd you guys go? Hang on. I gotta find you. Damn thing is so big. Don't say it. Okay, so stop sharing that one. What is the second one? Let me close this one.
Me too, NorCal Jim. Me too. What? I pictured him very different.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, no. Gross. Is this the same one, just them walking in versus walking out? Okay, hang on. Forget I have to share it with you guys. That's what I'm doing here. Are the kids in this? Or is it too blurry? Oh, no, this is just Adam picking them up. I'd say dogs can read people if you feel me. Oh, gosh. Tell me dogs can read people without telling me dogs can read people. Damn.
Right?
Oh, man. Hey, Lady V. Oh. Hey, Punksy. That's insane.
There's my Punksy.
One more time. And then I'm going to play the other one, which shows you even more. Because it's a little bit better quality, the one at Katie's house. But hang on. He even growls.
Did anyone notice any of the... Oh, did he have something covering his face? Did anyone notice any of the scratches or anything?
I don't think so. Okay. I don't want that one then. That's not the one that I want. I'm not going to show the kids, so. Okay. So those are the two that we were just speaking about where they played it in court. So the next video is from Katie's house. This is after, yeah, he's wearing one of the flapper hats, Tia, where it has like ear flaps.
Yeah.
So the next video is from Katie's house. I don't know if this one's been shared anywhere. I've seen this just because Katie has shown it to me. So at Katie's house, they have one of those like outer porches, where like the inside door, and then there's a porch, and then the outside, which you guys will see here. So when Maddi was missing, Katie had a table set up, that had like flyers, stickers, blue light bulbs, in Maddi's honor. Oh, Steph, thank you so much for becoming a member. I appreciate that. Thank you. I think I have 5 more to gift. Yeah, I do. Okay. And the piece of shit that he is decided, hey, I'm going to go over to Katie's house while Maddi's missing, get myself a bulb. So there's that. Let's see. Well, we'll see if they even get gifted. I'm not even seeing them pop up on here. We'll have to see. Let me present. And you guys will see, because Katie obviously had a camera out there for safety. Adam come up, doesn't knock, doesn't anything. And at this time, obviously, there's side-eyeing going on, but there wasn't a ton of public outcry when it came to Adam being involved. But I remember, see, what the heck? I don't get it, Grandma Sherry. I don't get it. The first few did too. I don't know. Katie, do you know how many days she'd been missing when he came here to grab one? Yeah, it is, K-Braze. Like, do you know the date of this video? I mean, I'm sure it's on. I could figure it out, I'm sure. But I'll play it. I'm going to turn the volume down. You can't hear anything anyways. Oh, it's windy. You guys will see how big he is here. Like, he's almost,
wow.
Yeah.
Let me get this straight. Let me just get this straight.
Yeah.
He's coming to pick up a bulb. Oh,
what's he signing, Katie?
A confession.
Yeah. Yeah. So I'm not exactly sure of the date of that. But I've always thought, I remember the first time Katie showed me this, it would have been last year, maybe. I don't know. But it was the first time I realized how big he was too. And then you also take into account how small Maddi was.
And how tall was she?
It was May 24th. So she went missing March 31st. So this is almost 2 months after she's been missing and people are looking for her.
And he's coming in to support the efforts of...
Well, and not only that, but this is literally Katie's house. She is home when this is occurring. See, what the heck? Lurking, thank you so much for getting 5 memberships. I don't know why it's not working. Maybe it'll work after?
Yeah, one can hope.
If not, it'll get refunded to you. I'm not exactly sure. The first few worked, like when Chap did the first set they went through. I just don't know why it's not. And maybe it will eventually. Who knows? Thank you, though. I appreciate it so much.
I'm a punksy.
Mm-hmm. I'm gonna play it again just because
this just blows my mind.
Yeah. This video does give me a little bit of anxiety though, Katie, which I will say. Just because of the other video here of you gives me anxiety.
Aww.
It was also, caught on video when she found out that they found Maddi. She was out here.
Oh, okay.
Thank you, everyone, for all the gifting. I appreciate it, and I have no idea what's going on. But thank you. Thank you,
Nicole.
Thank you. Oh, hang on, I got it.
Damn, you're just a big fella.
Right?
I did not. I'm just telling you, like, that's not in my head what I pictured at all. But.
I've always said in the video, there's a video of him walking into the courthouse for when he was trying to get custody of the kids. And I've always said that in how big he is, and then he had a huge suit on. He looked like Gru from the Minions because his head was so much smaller than the rest of his body in this suit. I'm excited. That's like the first thing that came to mind.
Oh.
Okay. I'm not sure what else Katie's going to send me during this, but we'll continue on with the presentation here. We're about halfway done with the presentation. Got to reshare it, and then I'll wait and see. Oh, wait. Look at that, Katie, on that time, and she just resent something else. Oh, God, really? Oh, man. Oh, you didn't tell me that. Hang on, guys. You will never guess what he was writing. Shit. Bringing it up. You have got to be shitting me.
Wow.
Why was I not expecting that?
Should have stuck with a confession, dude.
Right?
Damn. That's heart-wrenching.
That's insane. And the same day, wearing the same outfit, he went into one of the local stores that was also selling Maddi shirts and bought a shirt.
Jesus.
That is insane to me.
That is a special kind of strange.
Oh,
no,
I
can't.
Can you imagine?
No, I can't.
The fact that this man killed her.
Yeah.
Hid her body. Watched all of her friends and loved ones searching for her, knew where she was, and still went and got finding Maddi. Help us find Maddi. Merch is there's no, I guess, word for it. Supporting merch. I don't know.
Yeah.
But I mean, in this point too, I think the part of this is that he was very much aware, not that Katie was not having it with him. So the fact that he had the nerve to go over to Katie's house really pissed me off at that point as well. Right, Grim? Nope, you got it before I did.
I got it. I'm multitasking.
Yeah. Me too.
I did my nails. I checked on my husband. I'm modded. I'm co-host. I got it all done tonight.
Thank you. Yeah, Miss W, exactly. I hadn't seen this. This was the first time I saw the thank you note. What does he think, too, that you're not going to know who Adam is? Why did he put his last initial? Dumbass. Sorry. Like, no, we couldn't see the 7-foot man walk onto the porch. We know who you are.
Thank you for what? I'm like so curious. Like, I wonder what he would do. Thank you for what?
Thank you for helping find Maddi. For putting the stuff there.
Yeah.
Right? And work out to him. I just. Oh, man, Chico. Well, this is an important one if you're just listening. It does, Grandma Sherry.
I agree.
Katie, did that feel like a taunt, like he was doing it on purpose, or do you think he was just trying to act like he thought that, hey, this is what I have to do? I'm curious. I don't know if I've ever asked you that. I'll keep doing this while I wait.
That would send cold shivers down my spine if I saw that, honestly. If she was already side-eyeing him, like that would definitely.
And not only that is she's pregnant at this time.
Oh God.
And I believe you were home with the kids by yourself, I think, if I remember correctly, when this happened, and you got the notification that your doorbell went off. And so you checked the doorbell and you saw that he was outside the door. If I'm remembering that correctly, because you told me it a while back. Just correct me if I'm wrong on anything. All right, so we have witnesses 8, 9, and 10 from Monday. Okay, he texted you asking if he could get one. All right. Yeah. Were there no blue bulbs anywhere else? Yeah.
You can go to Home Depot, huh?
Right. My kitchen table is right on the other side of the window in front of him. Yeah.
Oh God. God, Katie, I'm sorry.
He was literally 4 feet away from me. Yeah. I remember when she was first telling me the story, how she was literally physically shaking just telling the story. And this is, when was it? September of last year. Yeah, because that's it. I was there for when she gave birth. I watched the kids when she gave birth. Sterling was home working, but we were too freaked out to do anything and stayed quiet. Yeah. I tell her that every day, K-Braze. Oh, thank you. Thank you, Wilby.
I know. I thought he said that earlier, and I just, yes.
Yeah. 3 other people, and at the Saving Surplus, which is the store that I said he went in and bought a bracelet and a shirt later on that same day. He could have got a ball bat, but he decided to go to Katie's house. Okay. Katie, if you need to interrupt or send me anything else, please do. I got you. And I'm going to turn my phone so that my privacy screen doesn't block your texts anymore. All right. So witness number 8 is Derek Lanning. He is an investigator with the Nona Police Department again. He is the one that interviewed Spencer. Spencer is the guy who Maddi was dating at the time of her disappearance, which we will get into. He does testify in this. But he interviews Spencer, confirms Spencer's alibi, because obviously you have to look at everyone. It was not just focused on Adam, like the defense wants people to believe. And he confirmed that Spencer was at work. I also believe that he gave cheek swabs and anything that he could. Okay. Sounds good, Katie. You just have to don't send it if you don't want it shared necessarily. But yeah, whatever you want. I got you. Yeah, Katie. And we can do that too later on too. Katie just texted me and said, you're going to need a whole nother live for all the screenshots. And I have had a conversation about bringing Katie up. Technically, she had a conversation with me about coming up and doing allowing her to give her side everything that she's been through. You guys have to remember that it's only been a day since the verdict came back, and we still have to deal with the appeals process and everything like that. So it is going to be a little bit. But Katie knows that not only does she have full control of anything that I put out on the channel in regards to her, but not only her, but Maddi, that it's also a safe place, and that eventually it will happen. But we're not going to push it to be anytime soon. So just know that. But Katie, if you want to do a live where we just share a bunch of the screenshots and shit, we can do that later on as well. All right. So they also did a cheek swab for Spencer and claims that Spencer had stated he'll do anything that he can do to help. I know Spencer also helped in the searches and everything like that. Witness number 9 was another neighbor. It is the neighbor that shared a wall with Maddi and Adam. So their house was one of those where it was like a duplex type of thing, where there's 2 driveways and 1 wall shared in the middle. And so this is the neighbor that shared a wall with them. This neighbor had claimed that she had interactions with Maddi, but not Adam. Claimed she never saw Adam outside of the house or playing with the kids. She worked the day of Maddi's disappearance, but during the time that she was home, she didn't notice anything of concern. So it's pretty much just, once again, crossing T's, dotting I's type of situation. 1 second.
How long were Maddi and Adam together?
Years. So they met back in college at Winona State University in Winona. And they had dated a few years in college. I believe they had met because he was in a fraternity and she was in a sorority. Surprisingly, she actually met Spencer during this time as well. But they were just friendly acquaintances at the time. So this would have been, she's 2 years younger than me. She was 27 when she went missing. Maddi was. So I want to say 7 to 8 years they were together because they have 2 kids. 7 years. Thank you. Katie's like, damn, get to the point. It was 7 years. 7 years. So, I believe their older child started kindergarten this year. So, their youngest was 2 when she went missing. So I think did that answer? Yeah, you did. How long they were together? Yes. I will say that a lot of friends and family noticed the shift when they moved in together, and Maddi ended up getting pregnant the first time. Up until they moved in together and got pregnant, a lot of her friends and family said like it was just normal. They were up and downs, they were on and off, but they were just a normal couple. They were happy, they were affectionate, all the things. And but then as soon as she got pregnant and stuff like that is kind of when the controlling behaviors began. The more abusive language and things like that. Oh shit. Okay. So yeah, that was kind of the timeline. So the oldest child is
LFT backstage.
Is she? No? Oh yeah. Hi LFT.
Sorry, I've been back here for a while. I can't cut anything I type or gift anything. It doesn't show up in chat unless I type through StreamYard.
Oh. Okay. Oh well.
Amen, K-Braze. Amen.
Not oh well, but
I don't like. I've been like, oh my god, that's what it.
I wouldn't go to south.
Like,
don't go southwest. It's even worse. That was more of an inside joke. Sorry. Okay. You're welcome to stay up if you want. It's up to you. All right. So witness number 10.
I'm just going to do it for a second. Just for a second, and then I'm going to see if it'll let me type again in just a moment. Okay. Sorry. This is the only way I could do it so far.
Has it, Norcal Gem? Hang on. Okay. I don't know. Is it saying she's still in chat, Lady V? It's saying you're still in chat, LFT. Okay. Witness number 10 was another investigator. This investigator collected Adam's laptop as well as several pieces of clothing. And this was about a week after Maddi's disappearance. So he also is the one that stated that, well, on the parents' property, he witnessed several smashed electronics, Now, this was one where I couldn't remember because it just said the property, but this investigator, when testifying, talked about both Maddi and Adam's house as well as the parents' residence. And so I'm not sure if the electronics in the found in the dumpster near the home was near Maddi and Adam's, or if it was near Adam's families. I'm not sure which one, but regardless, one of the two. There's a dumpster near the home that had smashed electronics found inside. There was also the melted laptop that was found in the burn pit on the property. That I know for a fact was on Adam's parents' property, which was the one that's about 5 minutes from where the remains were found. And then this investigator also testified that they had the white shoes that were in the drop-off video that Adam was wearing of when he dropped the kids off with Maddi, and that the mud and dirt were encrusted on the bottom of the white shoes, and the jury was shown a photo of the bottom of those shoes. Okay, I see you now, LT.
Okay, like I'm still backstage. I just am, especially.
No, you're good. You can stay back there, and then it just pop up if you need something. I won't kick you off.
I'm sorry. I just was like, I got nothing. Oh my god.
And I keep putting my phone up, and with the, like I said, the security screen, I can't see when I get a text. When it's
no, it's fine. I didn't even. I didn't want to bother. I've been listening the whole time. Like I'm like, bring on the Prezi and Mallory and Tia. I'm listening, and then I was going like, I don't know. I was like, gosh, I must be on probation or something on YouTube.
No, it's got to be YouTube though, because I don't know why none of the gifted memberships. Mine didn't go. Lurkings didn't go.
I tried that. I mean, I would gift anyway, but I was like, well, screw it. Let me try gifting. And it was like, and it clicked like, it takes me through the steps, and then nothing shows up. And I was like, I don't think I'm allowed here. So I'm so sorry to everyone, and hi to everyone in chat. I didn't mean to be ignoring anyone. It just,
she was doing it on purpose.
Totally.
So witness number 11, 12, 13, 14 were also on October 21st on Monday. So Monday was a busy day. It was a lot of testimonies, and it was a lot of shorter ones as well. So witness number 11 was Jasmine Sexton. She was Maddi's supervisor. So Maddi actually worked in, I believe, research at Mayo Clinic in Rochester. She worked both remotely and in person. Rhett keeps asking, where's Dexter? He's downstairs with Karen, Rhett. Unfortunately, he can't talk.
He's coming to my house next.
Yeah, he's going to. LT loves dogs. So Jasmine Sexton was Maddi's supervisor at Mayo Clinic. She testified. She gave Maddi's schedule, which was Monday and Fridays on campus, so at Mayo Clinic in Rochester. And then Tuesdays through Thursday, so Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, is remote. So, and we'll hear a little bit more about that as well. Okay, Connie, I'll do that. Thank you. She also stated that Maddi had never made it into work that Friday, March 31st, 2023, which is the day that Maddi went missing, and she did not give any notice that she wouldn't be working. So they were expecting her that day, Friday, at Mayo Clinic in Rochester, and she did not show up and she did not call. She did say that they were able to check Maddi's VPN that was given through her work, and they were able to see that she had logged in to work that morning, which another investigator that gives testimony a little bit later on gives the exact time frame. But Sexton had said, her supervisor had said that her last communication with Maddi was Thursday via video chat. Yeah, K-Braze. Well, especially when you know that they are not one to do that. Witness number 12 was Robert Shute. He was a security specialist at Mayo Clinic, and I think he just happened to work at Mayo. Mayo is one of the biggest when it comes to medical research, medical practice in the country. But he actually is the individual who was sent the videos of Jim. Was the one that was sent videos of Maddi's van, and he just kind of gave a brief detail of the videos. Witness number 13 was Rebecca Miller. I believe she worked also, she was something that has to do with having the ability to look at Maddi's records, and then, but also like knows technology, I guess. It didn't really specify as to what her title was. She had testified
like personnel, like company personnel that has access.
Kind of, but it was like also like a computer tech. Like she was the one that could go in and look through the computer systems to tell you this, this, and this. So she testified to Maddi's VPN activity. So whenever Maddi logged into work remotely, she obviously turned on a VPN. And then she had stated that Maddi had logged into work at 7:20 a.m. and logged out 20 minutes later, and her work computer was then shut off. And it was not turned back on. So I think that's an important time frame. I want to say that's before they dropped the kids off at school. So she would have logged in to work, checked work, and then went to logged out and then went and dropped the kids off with Adam.
How long had she been, I'm sorry, I don't know if I maybe missed that, but how long had she been working at Mayo Clinic?
That's a good question. Katie, do you know? I know she wanted to do, what was it? She wanted to be a nurse at one point or something like that, but then she knew that the work that she was doing in the research side of things was too important. I know it had been a while. It's not like it was a brand new job.
So people understood like her routines and just like okay, that's it.
Yes. I mean, so I believe that based on her routine of just how life was going and how she was, reliability and stuff, that if Katie wouldn't have called on, hi Deborah, that Friday, that if they would have called Monday when Maddi didn't show up again. You know?
Yeah, so, that makes sense. I just was like, already
something where it was out of the ordinary, but they weren't gonna like, because she had
maybe something just kind of maybe something just kind of happened and it
exactly.
Okay.
So then our witness number 14 was the landlord of Maddi and Adam. The landlord had stated that all rent payments came from Maddi. Also that Maddi had texted the landlord on March 27th, 2023, stating that unexpectedly she needed to find a new place and asked if they could end the lease early, and the landlord agreed. So the 27th, remember, she goes missing on the 31st. This is only 4 days before she went missing. And like I said, the landlord agreed to let them out of their lease early. Next one. October 21st, again, witness 15. We have Ben Klinger. He works for the Winona Sheriff's Department. He helped put together and coordinate the searches for Maddi. He coordinated the searches on April 7th, 2023 and April 8th, 2023. These are the searches that covered areas between Winona and Rushford, which is not near where the remains were found. I want to say it's probably about 20 minutes north. It's like the halfway point almost between where her remains were found and Winona. And then nothing obviously was significant was found during those searches. Witness number 16 was Robert Wilkinson. He is a special agent. He is also a financial crimes investigator. So this is going into phones, banking, like financial transfer apps, things like that. That's what he does. So he was actually called in on the case on April 1st, 2023, which is the day after she goes missing, the Saturday after she goes missing on a Friday. He did 2 phone extractions. So he was able to get phones from both Adam and Spencer. So Adam being the individual who took Maddi's life, and then Spencer was her new boyfriend at the time, or significant other. I don't know if it was official. And he said that with those phone extractions, he was mostly just looking for location data. He looked into bank statements and also stated on the record that Adam was financially dependent on Maddi. And from January 2023 to March of 2023, Maddi had sent Adam $4,000, and that it was all the way back in 2022, so a full year prior, that Adam had stopped contributing to both rent and daycare. Now, as we get to the family and friends testimonies, you guys will hear that Maddi was very vocal about the discrepancy and equality between, their workloads, their contributions, and so on.
Wasn't always a joint effort. She felt like maybe not always a joint effort.
I'll say, based on what I have seen from like 2022 on, it was very much just Maddi. Now, does that mean here and there he didn't, if he got money somehow? I don't know. No, not at this time, Jim. You'll never guess what he liked to do in his free time. Anyone?
Was he a gamer?
What? No.
Did he do scratch-offs?
Hey, too far. Too far.
Easy, sister, easy.
That's what she said.
Yeah. Oh, man. But yeah, so no, he did not. NorCal Jim. Thank God this thing goes in order. The amount of bubbles on this little presentation is insane. Okay, we are on to the next day.
I like the origami birds.
Thank you. It was the only blue background they had.
Lady V said photography.
What?
Lady V says photography.
No. Right, Glowbug? Who would have guessed? Help clean the house? No, he's busy playing games. Help make dinner? No. Games. Oh, okay. Number 16 was continuation of Robert Wilkinson the next day. He continued and he testified that Maddi and Adam's testified about their finances from March 2021 through March 2023, and that the state had focused on several areas where Kingsbury provided for Adam and covered expenses. Now, this is one of the witnesses that the defense cross-examined, and the defense had pointed out that Adam had contributed to daycare here and there, so he didn't not contribute. He also questioned Robert Wilkinson about funds transferred to a savings account by Maddi, but Wilkinson stated that he was not able to get a detailed record of said savings account, so they weren't able to kind of bring up who was all contributing to that, how much money was in it, what it was being used for, or anything like that. So yeah. Then we get to witness number 17, which is Daniel Dornick. He is an investigator with the Fulmore County Sheriff's Office. He detailed his own searches for Maddi. So I'm going to kind of start to get into trigger warnings because Investigator Dornick is the one that finds Maddi's remains. Katie, if you're still in here, please protect yourself in this. The next few slides are going to go over autopsy and stuff, and I can text you and let you know when to come back in, like when we get to your testimony or to Krista's testimony. But just to let you guys know, we are going to start getting more into how her remains are found, the what's it called? The rate of decomposition of the remains being found and so on, as well as the different aspects of that. So just sensitive topics, please, trigger warning, it is scrolling across the screen. Please take care of yourselves first. All right. He showed a series of maps along Highway 43 and discussed properties owned and maintained by Adam Fravel's parents. The property that Maddi was found on is a property that at one time was maintained by the Fravels, but that was very close to their land. Like I said, via the road, it was only about a 5-minute drive to their house from where her remains were located. He also goes on to talk about 198th, which is the street where Maddi was ultimately found. It was actually pinned for a search, but was not included in community searches on April 7th or 8th due to map issues and limited volunteers. We will hear later on from the owner of the land that he did search his land, but the culvert that she was found in was not registered. It was not on maps. So no one knew that there was a culvert there to look in. I don't know if that was a purposeful pick or if it literally was just the luck of the draw and it happened to be the one that's not on the map that the city didn't know about. LFT, you read my mind. So there's then a lunch break, and the prosecution did state before the break that photos and videos of Maddi's remains were going to be shown next. Obviously, I'm not going to, and I will never be showing any videos or photos like that. But I am going to go a little bit into detail about how her remains are found because it's important to the conviction of Adam. So we have the second half of the day. We are still with this witness. Now remember, like LFT and Chico, he grew up on this land. Although it wasn't his land, he grew up four-wheeling and on ATVs and everything on this land. He was very familiar with this area. Like to the point where even up until the day that Maddi went missing, whenever they had fought or were on a break, he would go stay with his parents at this house. But that, I guess that would be my question is, it doesn't surprise me that he knew it was there. My question is, did he know that no one else knew it was there? Is, I guess, my question. So, if it was near the parents' home he grew up, most likely knew every inch. So yeah, intentional placement. Well, I think it was intentional placement, but I'm curious if he knew that that specific culvert was not on, like, city maps and ground maps. You know what I mean? So, like, I think he knew where, but I don't know if he knew it wasn't on maps and that's why he chose it versus just choosing one that he knew was there.
So they didn't, I guess, from like the forensic aspect of his electronics, like I was curious maybe if they had seen, if he had tried to look up recently any areas or any, around that area.
Not that was stated. Although I will say that according to Officer Dornick, who found the remains, Chico, yes, he was charged with 2 counts of first-degree premeditated murder as well as 2 counts of second-degree murder. So yes, it was considered premeditated. To what extent, I don't know. But according to Officer Dornick, who found her body, who found her remains on June 7th, 2023, 69 days from the day that she went missing, it was stated by him that it was electronic data that got him to research this area. Now, no one has ever gone into Oh, that's true, Chico. That could exactly be what it is then. I've always thought it was more just he had his phone or he had something on him. But you're right. It could have been that he looked it up and they're like, oh, well, he's looking in this area. Better check it again. You know, that's a good point. Way to go, LFT and Chico. I hadn't even thought of that. But because they've never actually gone into the specifics of what the electronic evidence tip led them to research this area, is what they had said. So it could be that very well. He said, although the general area was searched, Dornick went and searched the area again. He said he went down this long road, which I explained the road to you guys previously. It starts off on some gravel, then it goes to it's like would have just been like a field or like a road through the woods, but it has the indents from tires. So that way, like, you know where the road is. But once you get farther in, there's like a Y in the road. And if you go to the right, it takes you down this really skinny, like, dirt road that brings you up to like a fence that goes onto private property. But the road is so skinny that you literally tire ruts. Thank you. That you can't turn around. You literally have to have someone get out of the car and like help you back up, because if you go 1 inch one way or 1 inch to the other, you're going off a cliff or you're going into the ditch to go up a hill type of thing. So I guess the officer had driven down this road and was just searching, and he had gotten out of his vehicle, and he said that while he was walking to the back of his vehicle, he had started hearing insects that he hadn't heard previously. And that he didn't initially see anything, but eventually noticed flies on a log in the ditch near the back of the vehicle. And then eventually, as he kind of started and kept looking closer, he spotted a gray fitted bedsheet. He ended up immediately
bread sheets. I don't get that.
Yeah. Gray fitted bedsheet. My assumption on that is just it happened at home, which this is all speculation because that's never been stated. And the easiest way for him to like contain her remains to transfer them was to just kind of wrap it up in whatever he had. But I don't know. So he immediately called the head agent and head investigator on the case to tell them that he believed that he had found Maddi's body and needed assistance. He also noted that he did smell the distinct smell of decomposition. Said it was easy for him. He's been on 100 to 200 different murder cases where decomposing bodies were present, and he said it's a smell that once you know it, it's very distinct. You know what it is. It's hard to distinguish if you are not familiar with it, but he said as soon as he smelled it, he couldn't not smell it. There were sticks covering this bed sheet, which contained the remains. The body cam footage of Officer Dornick was shown to the jury. It was not shown to the public, or like the family or anything. But the body cam footage was shown of the bed sheet. It was sealed with black duct tape, and the removal of that on scene to obviously ensure that they were remains was shown in the body cam footage. Unfortunately, the remains were in late stages of decomposition. I've heard that there was significant bloating, trigger warning, but that you could still see an identifying tattoo. I believe it was on Maddi's torso, that they were able to be like, okay, you know, we're pretty sure this is Maddi. After this, they were able to transfer Maddi to the Rochester Medical Examiner's office. And like, that's literally the gist of it. I will say one thing that is interesting is that when all of this first came out, I remember hearing how good of shape her body was in when she was found. Like, that it was in a good state of, like, it wasn't that bad. So when this came out saying that she was in late stages of decomposition, that was something I wasn't expecting. I will say that. So I'm not exactly sure if it was just what was being put out there or what. I'm not quite sure. It then went on to Stephen Swenson. He is the forensic scientist with the BCA. He was present at the scene when the remains were found. He's the one that was called. And then also he was taking a lot of photos while this was all happening. So images that Swenson had taken, which he worked with the BCA, the Bureau of Criminal Apprehension here in Minnesota. Correct, Miss W. Yeah. I'm trying to remember, Chico, if it was in one of the affidavits or if it was the news that put it out there. Because I'm very much the type of person where I don't take what the news has to say as 100%, but I don't know exactly. But so images were shown to the jury that Swenson had taken. He had taken them of the streets, the surrounding areas, the bed sheet, as well as the process of unwrapping the bed sheet. So that would be obviously taking the black duct tape off and so on. Witness number 19, Timothy Steele. He owns the surrounding land where the remains were found. So this is the person. Right, Chico, and that's why I'll have to go back and see if it was an affidavit or if it was the news stations, because I distinctly remember it, but I can't remember where I was hearing that from. Like, it was one of those things where, like, when I heard this, I was like, wait, that's not how I remember it being told, but I don't know where I'd heard that. So I'll have to go back and look. Because you're right, if it's the affidavit, it would have had to have been accurate. So Timothy is the one that owns the land surrounding, like, where the remains were found. Actually, Adam's father once worked for Steele. He helped maintain the property. Once again, I told you guys that earlier, that he used to maintain the area where Maddi's remains were found. The property is for recreational use. He also has a cabin on the property. Steele searched his property, which included river valleys, caves, and culverts. But the culvert that the remains were found in was not registered or on a map, so it went unsearched. Good night, K-Braze. Thank you. Thank you for coming. It was good to see you. He even had a hunting dog that had gone out there with him, and the hunting dog never alerted to anything out of the ordinary. He said he also is a pilot, has his own plane, and he was going to search his land once again with his plane, but that there were multiple other aircrafts that he could see were searching his property. So he ended up not going up and searching. But from my understanding, and I've seen the area after the fact of where her remains were found, I think. And it's not something that you just see. You have to be looking for it. So even if he was up in the air, he would not have been able to see the remains. I mean, even if you're on the road, unless you, like I said, I think like the officer got lucky, I think. Right place, right time for the bugs buzzing and stuff like that. Because it was not in an area where you would just see her. You have to be looking. And when I say looking, I mean not like searching like the search group, but like actually. Oh, hi, the good Nanya. Thank you so much. It's good to see you. Thank you. Let us see. Now we're on October 23rd, 2024. This is day 13. We have witness 20, which is Mitch Boyum. Jeez. He is the DNR conservation officer. He assisted Ellie in searches on and near 198th, which is where Maddi's remains were found. He had helped search culverts on the east end, body found on the culverts on the west end. Did not know the culvert she was in existed. And then the DNR conservation officer was actually cross-examined by the defense attorney, and was questioned about the environment and the weather during this time frame. And the defense, Adam's attorney, also suggested that Maddi's remains would have been found a lot earlier if they were actually placed there on March 31st, 2023, which I think is the defense's way of trying to poke holes into, like, the storyline of Adam potentially putting her body there on the day that he killed her. So I think there's, you know, that's kind of what they're trying to do there. So witness number 21 is Dr. Ross Zumwalt. He is the medical examiner who performed the Maddi's autopsy. The state presented photos from the autopsy, so these were not shown to the gallery. They were shown to the jury. I'm not sure if they were shown to the media. I know the media was shown more than the gallery because family was in the gallery, and media was in a separate media room with a separate monitor. But I don't know if they saw it or not. But I know that the families did not. Maddi was wrapped in, once again, guys, trigger warning. Maddi was wrapped in a gray bed sheet that was closed with black duct tape. Similar bedding and tape was found at the residence that Maddi and Adam shared. Maddi also was found with a towel tied around her head. The medical examiner said it was very tight. It was in a slip knot, and that it had a blue dot design, which happened to match a photo you can actually see on Maddi's social media, where she's taking a picture like in the mirror, and you can actually see the reflection of the towel hanging up behind her. Whether it's the same towel or part of a set or something like that, I'm not sure. But they were able to say, hey, there's the towel that's been found around her, and it's in this picture with her from a previous date at their home. So the medical examiner did say that she possibly died from asphyxiation, but due to the advanced decomp, it was difficult to identify bruising and marks. Decomposition led to believe that Maddi died around the time that she went missing, within the days that she went missing. I'm going to say probably that day. I think he killed her after they came home and drove her body around the times that they caught the van, driving down to the location, literally. Maddi's death was caused by homicidal violence, which was described as death at the hands of another person. And it was stated that her remains had started to mummify. Also, an additional washcloth was found in the sheet next to her face, but no one's been known why. Like, no one knows why it was there, what it was used for, or anything like that. It was just found within the blank, or within the thing next to her face. There was cross-exam, obviously, by the defense to the medical examiner, and the defense attorney had focused on the degree of certainty because the cause of death determination due to the decomposition. So pretty much they were saying, like, how can you know for sure that she died of asphyxiation? How can you know for sure her time of death? How can you know for sure this? Where it's very much, because of the decomposition, a very hard time frame to lock down. So they were just trying to add to the confidence level of that, I guess. And then
I get that, but these people, like the ones that do the investigating of, the autopsies, not just the coroners, but the people that really do the investigation, like, this is literally their job to figure out what time and when, and you know what I mean? So shaking the confidence, I get it, but it's also kind of a risky move.
Yeah, and I don't think it was one where they were like, you're wrong. I think it was more of just like, are you sure? And because he couldn't say 100%, they were trying to utilize that as like a shakiness, which obviously didn't do anything, didn't do shit.
Yeah,
but
I get that.
Yeah. They also asked The defense attorney asked the medical examiner, was there no medical evidence of trauma to the face? Said no. And then the DA, the district attorney, not the district attorney, the defense attorney, clarified that the towel was not specifically wrapped around her neck, but across her entire face and neck. After this, the state redirected their examination and refocused the attention on the fact that the bathroom towel still could have caused the death in its position. So the position of it didn't matter. Asphyxiation could have still happened no matter what. Let us see where we go now. Okay. I'm gonna wait until we get to the families before I text her and let her know. Okay, same day, October 23rd, 2024, day 13. Witness number 22 is the owner of Weasel Creek, which is the neighbors of Adam Fravel's parents' land/home. And they testified, stating that they had actually caught Adam on one of their trail cams in the area near where the remains were found, driving a ATV. It was... Oh, is it going to give it though, LFT?
I don't know why they're coming in now. This was like an hour ago.
Nothing's happening.
Do y'all see that? Oh, get right. Okay, y'all. This may happen. This may happen like 2 or 3 more times. Just hold on. I'm not touching. I haven't touched boo except the mute button.
Really?
Yeah,
that's from before.
I mean, other than my regular. Yeah, I haven't. Y'all seen what I'm typing?
Oh.
No,
I can't do that from I can't do that from StreamYard. It's not letting me gift from here.
Oh, yeah, it hasn't gifted it to anyone, but it showed up.
Oh, that sounds about right. We're good. Keep going. Just some random stuff may be popping up in the chat. Just yep.
So this neighbor of Adam's parents had caught Adam on a trail cam driving a UTV, utility vehicle, whatever, with a shovel in the bed of the ATV UTV. I will say that the cadaver dogs, I don't know if it's cadaver dogs, it could have just been search dogs, I'm not exactly sure. They did hit on both the bed of this UTV as well as the shovel at some point after the fact. So, we then get to the next day, October 24th, 2024. Hang on. I'm just seeing if my chat is still going. Oh, there's your other one. Tia, can one of you guys type something in here? Just so I can make sure that I'm still seeing things. Mine froze after LFT gifted something.
I just typed, thank you for your support. Did you see that or no?
Yes, I see that. But I'm
okay.
Okay. Thank you, Grandma Sherry. I see it. Okay. Just making sure, because it kind of just froze. And, oh, wow. LFT, stop.
Yeah, really, stop.
I have no idea if there are more coming. I'm trying to remember. Like I got nothing.
It's very Christmassy in here. I love it. The red and the green.
Yeah.
Oh wait, hold on. Yeah, there's another one. There's gonna be another one. I'm just waiting for it. I'm super pumped. Keep going.
Okay. So, our witness number 23 on day 14 now is Corey Streeter. He's a special agent. He obtained footage from many people and places along the way of Maddi's van, right? Sherry? Traveling on Highway 43, like I said, back in Adam's arrest affidavit that came out when he was arrested back in June of 2023. It goes over the specifics of the gas stations and the roads and the specific coordinates of where the van is seen at what specific times and so on. So that can get more into specifics, but that's what they're talking about here. It says that they looked at photo and video of Maddi and Adam's residence from the Wise cameras, and phone data obtained from both of their phones showed that the security cameras were operational at their home until March 29th, 2023. So this is supposedly when Adam supposedly had torn the security cameras off the wall, and they stopped using them 2 days before she went missing. So, right. So red flag number 15,000. October 24th again, the jury is then shown a lot of electronic data. This included search warrants on Adam's parents' home. They seized a computer, found several other items tossed into a dumpster, and a piece in a burn pit. Adam also had multiple anonymous browsers that could not track data. Adam did actually go to school for something to do with computers. Computer safety, computer data, something like that. So it wasn't
clearly
something
not computer burning
or getting rid of computer evidence. Idiot. You don't burn it and then leave it in the pit. Dumbass. I mean, good for him though, because then they got caught. But
I just keep thinking he's single, ladies. You go ahead and write to him, just like you all wrote to what's his face, Deadpool dude. Oh,
he's gonna get a nice boyfriend in jail.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. I hope he's got a nice girlfriend in there named Bubba.
Yeah. Oh. Yeah. Well, I didn't say he was using his college degree around Sherry. They also showed cell phone location data, showing that Maddi's phone never left their townhouse out after 8:15 a.m. on March 31st, which is when they got back from dropping the kids off. And then it also showed a bunch of texts between Adam and Maddi. This is going to be like a number of them. I know Maddi had said something about she was going to leave. She was tired of him not helping, not contributing. And he was like, I'll get a job, I'll help. And she was like, it's too late for that. And so then instead he blew up her phone for like 2 hours of pictures of them together and them with the kids and all this different stuff to like make her feel bad about leaving. And that was just one of the things. Hi, Anna. And one of the situations that was shown. The next day is when some of the defense's objections were, oh, just wait, Chico, that fun word gets brought up. Maddi's dad actually calls Adam a gaslighter on the stand and gets an objection. So, and a giggle from everyone else in the room, supposedly. So from what I've heard. But this is what I told you guys earlier at the beginning of this. October 25th, 2024 is the day that the defense says, hey, no one can call her Maddi anymore except for her direct family. Friends and loved ones cannot call her Maddi. They have to call her Madeline Kingsbury or Miss Kingsbury. And they're also no longer allowed to refer to the home as a crime scene. They do not know where the crime occurred. And so the defense does not want anyone to call it a crime scene. They think that it is, like I told you guys at the beginning, I think it was their way of stopping them from humanizing Maddi, which is stupid. But I guess I do understand the crime scene things. That one is more of a, can affect how it's looked at. Because if you're referring to that as a crime scene, and they're saying, hey, the crime didn't happen here, like the defense is, then calling it a crime scene is going to make the jurors think that that's the only crime scene. If that's the crime scene, then how could anyone else but Adam be there? Well, there's your fourth one, LFT.
I'm so proud of myself.
Yeah.
I'm so sorry. Sorry.
No, you're good. Thank you. I appreciate you. October 25th, 2024.
Just trying to get some attention. Just trying to get some attention. That's a joke. I was literally like, nothing's going through. But I'm glad it did.
Yeah, I hope, but like that's
I love you. I love you, but I hope there aren't but so many more of these because I don't know how many I did.
Okay, so witness number 24 is Matt Lund. He is the BCA special agent. He testified and spoke on the text and Snapchat messages exchanged between Adam, Maddi and others in fall 2022. So this is about a half a year before she goes missing. Maddi texts Adam saying, this is in quotes, "Never put your hands around my neck and push me down in front of our children again." To which Adam responds, "You'll adjust." Anyone? I thought for sure Tia would have something to say to that.
Oh, I was muted and I was yapping over here. Oh, you'll adjust too with one nut when I rip it off.
Yeah.
Oh,
and this is, like I said, this was fall of 2022. She goes missing in spring of 2023. So this is about, I want to say 5 to 6 months before she goes missing. This is how he's speaking to her. In December of 2022, the longest, this is the one where I said the longest text section talking about the relationship ending. Adam claims that it's a different link, Chico. Yeah, right? I'd love to one of these days have you guys all up and just hear your thoughts on everything too and ask any questions.
Ooh, yes, let's do that because I've noted a few.
Okay. Well, Katie said she wants to come up too and just kind of show all of the different screenshots and messages with Maddi, and we can have a day. I told Katie I want to have a day where the whole stream is just dedicated to Maddi and who she was, and she can share memories and any photos and videos that she'd want to. And just like have a day where we can appreciate who Maddi was and not what happened to her. You know what I mean?
That would be awesome.
So it said, this is the one where I said Adam started flooding her phone with old pictures of their family, himself, the kids, claiming that she better save them because he was going to delete them. Maddi had asked him to stop many times while this was happening. And Adam continued to do so. Maddi also stated that those photos were making her feel a lot worse about the situation. Yeah. Right, Miss W? Matt Lund was cross-examined. The defense attorney argued that Maddi was not abused, that she had a secret sex life. This was one of the ones, trigger warning once again. This actually pissed me off when this happened. This is one of the times that I was visibly angry when I heard about this cross-exam. Because they try to bring in their sex life and specific things, which I'll tell you guys here. So it says texts shown of Maddi texting Adam recently for sex as recent as a month prior to her disappearance were shown. There were also shown Maddi's searches on various porn websites, which included searches for rough sex. And a few days before she went missing, Maddi had Googled coming clean about cheating. So this is all stuff that the defense attorney had brought up based upon the text messages and such.
So this gave you reason to do what you did, sir.
Well,
correct. You just read my mind. She literally, I was like, teach his own, but that still doesn't excuse.
Well, and I think the reason that they did this here is because they knew that the next day, which this was a Friday, so the next Monday was when the family and friends were going to start testifying, which gives a heavy hand on the history of domestic violence in their relationship. And so my thought process on why he brings this up at the end of this testimony is to try and plant it in the jury's head and everyone's heads that, hey, some of these bruisings around the neck could have just been sex gone wrong or sex gone too far. And I think that was kind of the egg he was trying to lay. No pun intended. Well,
clearly he wasn't. So
right. Well,
it makes sense from the defense attorney's side. I mean, like,
correct. It does, and I will agree with you. It's giving reasonable doubt as to why, which we'll hear later on, the different instances where friends and family did notice bruising and marks around her neck. But it was just one of those where it's like, no one should have their porn site searches shared to the public in front of their family and friends. And just because someone looks up something on porn doesn't mean that they're okay with whatever's happening to them in their home. Simple as that. It was one of those things where, like I said, I'm biased on this situation. But that was a dirty tactic in my thinking. All right. What? Why did it skip? Oh, no, that's right.
Yeah, dehumanizing. That's exactly it.
Yes, dehumanizing. But also, it's almost like, well, she wanted it, so, which is not the case. So, we also find out, which I'm not sure when we find it out, but we do eventually. Oh, here. God, why do I keep telling you guys shit that I'm about to literally read to you? The next witness is Joe Swenson. He is the main BCA agent that was in charge of Maddi's disappearance, her missing persons case as well. He transferred a lot of the electronics, clothing, bedding, and DNA samples to the Bureau. He moved items including clothing, hair ties, and an essay kit from the medical examiner's office to Mayo Clinic for autopsy. This is one of the things that I remember asking Katie about. I remember... I love you, Thistle. Thistle was in here for a second, but she's on date night.
Hey, Thistle.
I don't know if she's still in chat, but she said she popped in and she said she loves you guys and thank you for helping. And I said, go enjoy date night.
Yeah, you're not supposed to be here.
So that was one of the things I remember asking Katie, because I'm like, not only did we not, right, the place where she worked and made a difference is where they're doing her autopsy. Damn. I don't know exactly why there was an essay kit done. And also the results of that essay kit, I do not believe have ever been shared with anyone. That was something that was new. I think to Katie, I'm not exactly sure, but
it makes sense they would do one just in case it was an unknown assailant.
Right. You think it was just protocol to you? Well, yes. I think it's just, yeah, I guess. But it was one of those where I was like, oh, I wasn't expecting it. He also went to the scene where the remains were found, recalled the remains were so hidden that he couldn't tell where the deputy was pointing until the logs and brush were moved. So once again, that goes into kind of what I was telling you guys about. Even if you're really looking at where her remains were hidden, you don't see it. You need to literally know what you're looking for and look at it to the point where someone was pointing it out to him and he still didn't see it. He said that there were great lengths to conceal her remains. The lower half of her body was in a culvert. The top half concealed by a huge 6 to 10 foot logs. They were about 6 inches in diameter, so pretty big logs. They also seemed somewhat out of place. But yes, let me see. Placed deliberately is what he said. That the way that they were is they preached it deliberately. He testified to tape found during a search on April 27, 2023 at Maddi and Adam's residence that matched the tape that was around the remains. Also found the Wise brand cameras in the garage, taken down from the walls inside the townhouse, which I had kind of mentioned that to you guys, where the paint was missing on the walls previously. And I will say that during this cross-examination, one of the main points that the defense attorney brings up is the fact that he exposes weakness in their investigation. One of them is that the black tape
Katie's back.
Was never collected and never never matched. It was the same type. Yes, tested and matched. Oh, you're back. Okay, good. Katie's back. And then, so that was a big thing where they were like, okay, well, you can see it in the footage of the body cameras from that search and the cameras from that search, but it was never actually tested. So it was never proven that it was actually the same tape. The other thing, too, was the dark gray bed sheets. Matching bedding was said to be turned over by Maddi's best friend, Katie, but the sheets were also not tested. Katie, can I kind of give the overview of how you got the sheets? I want to make sure before I...
Also, is there a reason that the sheets weren't tested? Is that what you're asking? Because I don't want to pry too much if...
No, that wasn't what I was asking. I was just... Okay. Can I say how you got the sheet? Okay. So, Maddi's family does not live in Winona. And pretty much one of the only people that actually lived locally to Maddi was Katie. And so when Maddi was missing, her landlord was like, hey, like, we can't keep the lease going while she's missing. It's not being paid, like all this stuff, which it wasn't directly right away. He did give them a little bit of time. But obviously, like, it's just sitting there. Her family could not get down in that time frame. And so a lot of it was just packed up and actually brought to Katie's house. So Katie had pretty much everything from Maddi's house at her house. And then gradually, as time went on, Maddi's friends and family would come over and kind of go through it and get what they need to get. Thank you so much. I remember when I was watching the kids at Katie's when she was giving birth last year, I went to give the kids a bath and I tripped over Maddi's Christmas tree. And I go, why do you have a Christmas tree out? I was like so confused. And she's like, oh, it's Maddi's. And I was like, oh, that makes more sense. And so it was like one of those things where I was like, okay, now it makes more sense why there's just random things everywhere.
Yeah.
Because a lot of it was Maddi's. But that also went to show that is why Katie had the matching bedding. True. That as well. So not only did they clear out the house and bring it to Katie's, but she was also helping Maddi previously to box up stuff planning for the move. Correct.
Oh, okay.
So, okay, Katie, where are you going to send the picture? Just let me know. The family was there doing the packing of her stuff and the kids. Okay. Yeah. But that is why, that is why they only had a trailer being pulled in their vehicles, so then the rest of the stuff went to your house. Okay. But regardless, there was a bunch of like random stuff, like the seasonal stuff like that was at Katie's house. But one of the things that did get brought to Katie's house was the matching bedding. So the police had gone to Katie's house and retrieved the matching bedding that matched the fitted bed sheet that was around Maddi's remains. It was at, yes. So whatever was taken from the family was immediate need, clothes, toys, etc. Right. And then the rest went to Katie's. So did you have the other thing too, Katie? Yeah.
It's so hard.
Yeah. And I mean, a lot of this, like, it's some of the things that you don't even think about. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Did you, Katie, have the other matching thing? Okay. So one of the things that Katie, we had talked about was the towel around Maddi. It was blue, it was dotted, and it was a towel, the one wrapped around her head.
Mm-hmm.
This is something that obviously we knew previously. And Katie, I remember Katie telling me, she's like, we had the matching one of that, but we had thrown it away when kind of going through everything. So it's two of the matching things that were found with Maddi that were found at Katie's house. Well, one of them she had thrown away, but she remembers throwing it away. So, let me see what else. The defense attorney doesn't know how her body could have been there the whole time because the area was searched. Well, I think we already know why it wasn't found, because the area, that specific area, wasn't searched.
I agree, Grandma Sherry. I agree.
Yeah. Oh, Messenger. Sorry, I was looking at making sure Katie hadn't sent what she was saying. I'm waiting for the picture, but I don't know. She's probably looking for it through her phone. But yeah, so that is that one. Let me see what else we got. Okay. Witness number 26 was Adam Bromerich. He is the Winona police sergeant. He showed the jury photos of Adam on April 6th. This is the one I had kind of told you guys about earlier, which showed scratches on his face and bruising on his body. The scratches were faint, but the bruising was very evident, he said. Said there were sets of bruises on each side of his chest, bruises on the inner parts of his right arm above his elbow, and a ring of bruises around his right forearm, which I think is important. Thank you, Earth. Thank you so much. Thank you for stopping by. Have a good night. Have a good weekend. Witness number 27 was a BCA DNA investigator. So Bureau Criminal Apprehension DNA investigator. During the direct examination, all they really did was testify that Adam's DNA was on the towel that was wrapped around Maddi's head and neck. Which, red flag. Yeah. So then the rest of this day, there were a handful of objections that had taken place. These were heard from outside of the jury, so the jury was not in for these. This is when it was told to the family and friends of Maddi, who would be testifying the following week, that they cannot testify to Maddi's state of mind, how she was feeling scared, afraid for her safety, or non-specific statements to abuse. Maddi also had a journal that she had journaled about her feelings about her relationship with Adam. She had expressed feelings of jealousy over those in loving relationships, and that was ruled to be not allowed in. And then the final objection took a while, but it was the state trying to show the jury a timeline video of stitched together footage. So they wanted to stitch together body cam footage, news footage, stuff like that, kind of giving a timeline. But the defense wanted to watch each individual video clip before sharing the entire clipped video, and that took a very long time. So that ended up ending out the rest of that day. All right, we get to October 29th. We are now on to, again, friends and family. Hang on. See that one? Okay.
You all right?
Yeah, sorry, I was reading. I'm sorry, I forgot I was here for a second. No,
Are we live?
Yeah, right? Gosh, tell me I haven't been live in a while. Sorry, I was reading what Katie sent me.
That's quite all right. I just want to make sure you're okay.
Yeah, no, I'm good. I will say in that text message, or in that message, Katie, he did spell one word wrong. So, grammar police.
Who's shocked?
Oh,
God, don't listen. Sorry.
We could rule the world.
You can suck my left toe. I hate grammar police. I type so fast and wrong.
Well, Nora
drives me nuts.
I'll say instead of using the word died as in D-Y-E-D, the person put D-I-E-D.
Mm-hmm.
And this person's a piece of shit, so that gives it the okay. I won't do it to you. All right, so now we're going to get...
Sorry.
You want to know who's really grammar police?
Who?
Matt.
Matt, you're fired. You're fired.
No, he's hired. No. Overruled.
It's not a grammar thing for me. I know my there, and there's, and my twos, all that. I know all that.
I even accidentally put the wrong your.
I'll get called grammar and AP style.
It's that when I'm typing, I had typos.
Yeah.
And it just drives me nuts. Sorry, we don't need to talk about this. This is so not important.
You showed me that one.
Hi, Lindsay.
Hi, Lindsay. Oh, there he is. He is still listening.
You come sit next to me, bad typer. No, you're the grammar police. No, you can't sit next to me. Go sit next to LFT.
You can sit next to me.
He can sit in the middle.
I was going to say something inappropriate. Okay.
I knew. You ever have that moment where you where it comes out and you're going, I probably should have said not the right time and just shut up.
Right.
Sorry. That was on me. I apologize.
Hi, Lindsay, by the way. Okay, so October 29th. This is actually, I came down on the 28th. And I was down in Mankato with this. I was with Katie and Sterling this day. This was the day that they were originally supposed to testify, and then it kept getting pushed back. So it starts off with Maddi's parents. So like I said, I'm going to give more of an overview. I will link the pre-trial transcripts, which goes into a lot more detail on these situations, them helping Maddi in these situations, and so on. And a lot of stuff that was not allowed in as well. So I will share those after the live's done. I'll add to the description. So witness number 28 is Krista. Krista is Maddi's mom. I've met Krista multiple times. She's a wonderful, very, very strong woman. And I can't wait to see her again and hopefully work with her and Katie in the future on the foundation in Maddi's name. So, she said that she often communicated with Maddi by phone and text about her troubled relationship with Adam. So what you'll see is kind of a trend on how often did you talk to Maddi? How did you communicate with Maddi? And then it goes into every single one of these people are asked about the Gabby Petito incident, which is the incident we spoke about earlier. And then as well as what did you do? How did that happen? And then so on. So she said that she had communicated with Maddi by phone and text about her troubled relationship with Adam. In September of 2021, she received the frantic phone call from Maddi saying that Fravel had threatened her, and kind of went over the Gabby Petito incident. And she had told Maddi to go stay with her dad and stepmom for a little bit. And then it says in quotes, she said she had received via text some assurance from Adam that he wouldn't do it again, but she kept saying he said it was a joke and didn't mean anything. She didn't want to have the kids away from their dad. That was a quote on Krista on what Maddi was saying. Maddi and Adam had previous separations, including one about 5 months. according to Krista. The next witness, number 29, was David Kingsbury, Maddi's dad. He testified about Maddi's frustrations in her relationship with Adam. Adam was quite frankly more of a burden than a benefit. I told her that she deserved better. That is a quote from David Kingsbury. Maddi and the kids ended up staying with him and his wife Kathy for 3 to 4 days after the Gabby Petito incident. The day it happened, and they found out. Maddi called them. Well, actually, I think Megan, Maddi's sister, called them, and they immediately drove to Winona and picked her and the kids up, and brought them back to their house for a few days. She said when they got together, Maddi was crying hysterically as she shared the Gabby Petito story with him. He advised Maddi to file a police report and end the relationship, but she did not. And then in quotations, he said, "My experience had been that he was really good at gaslighting her," which this caused snickering. The use of gaslighting and calling him a gaslighter caused snickering and an objection from the defense. And then in cross-examination, the DA or the defense attorney had emphasized that David Kingsbury did not get along with Adam. He called the relationship tumultuous, and said that David Kingsbury had previously thrown Adam out of the residence, and before he had out of his residence. So when him and Maddi were there once, he didn't like how he was treating Maddi, and so he kicked him out of their house, like their residence. And right before he kicked him out, he had texted him and said, like, "You're a narcissist, you're selfish, you're arrogant, get out," was pretty much the gist of him kicking him out. David Kingsbury previously, I read that. He also emphasized that also David Kingsbury had never reported the alleged abuse to police. He said it would have been a third-party hearsay, so he couldn't have made the report for Maddi. But he was there 100% of the time when she needed him in situations and made himself available for whatever she decided to do. So, all right. We're getting there, guys. There's only 36, so we only have, what, 6 more?
No, but can I make one point to something that you just said right there?
Sure.
Is that it really, like, her situation and just hearing what her dad and everyone had said, it just proves, regardless of the circumstances or the dynamics going on, it's never leaving is not just that simple. Like, I mean, it can happen, but it's not an easy thing to do. You know what I mean? Like, that just,
yeah,
it's complicated.
On average, it takes someone in a domestic violence relationship 9 tries to successfully leave the relationship. So it's actually more common for someone in a domestic violence relationship to stay than it is for them to go. Because, oh, okay, hang on. So it's actually the most dangerous time in a domestic violence relationship or an abusive relationship is when the person being abused is trying to leave. So, yeah, it doesn't surprise me. Do I obviously wish she could have gotten out of it? Yes. But it's actually more common than not that it takes multiple tries for someone in a domestic violence relationship to leave. So you are correct. Witness number 30 was Catherine Kingsbury. So Kathy is Maddi's stepmom. She had first met Maddi and got with David Kingsbury when Maddi was only 11 years old. So it's been in her life for a very long time. And David actually had worked a lot growing up. And so Kathy was kind of the one that would drive her around. Oh, see, Grandma Sherry, it's the most dangerous time is when someone is trying to leave. I'm so glad you're safe. So Kathy was the one that kind of, brought her to her sports and brought her to her friend's house and was doing a lot of that. So she got really close to Maddi as Maddi was growing up in her teen years. She said that Maddi and Adam started to change. Their relationship had started to change when they moved in together, and Maddi was pregnant with their first child. Maddi would express frustrations with Adam's lack of responsibility, which is something we'll continue to hear. We've heard and continue to hear. She also spoke on the Gabby Petito situation. She went with her David, Maddi's dad, to pick up Maddi and the kids, and noticed marks on Maddi's neck. I want to say Maddi ended up showing them this situation of them going to get her and them seeing her for the first time, and all of that is detailed greatly in the pretrial transcript. So if you guys are interested in looking more into that, I will link it for you. Hang on.
You're fine.
Dude.
Sorry, I'm reading the comments in the chat.
No, you're good.
Clearly, I don't read and talk very well either at the same time.
Same. And let's see. So then speaks on that. She says that, and she also states that she never liked Adam. She didn't like him from day one. Witness number 31 was Megan Hancock, also known as Madeline Kingsbury. She got married in between the time of, while we were waiting for trial. It was actually just a few weeks before trial began. She got married. So congratulations, Megan. I think her birthday was a few days ago too. So happy belated. But she is Maddi's older sister. If any of you guys did follow this case, what was happening, it was Megan that was on TikTok sharing Maddi's story, giving updates on the searches and everything along those lines. She's still on TikTok. She's still been giving updates. But she was the one kind of originally out there putting Maddi's story in the media, like the social media, speaking and asking for help and stuff like that. She had first learned of Maddi and Adam's relationship while they were in college. She said it seemed very normal, that the relationship changed after the birth of their first child, which we've kind of understood. Hang on. Sorry. Okay. Which we've heard from a lot of people that it was while she was pregnant with her first child as well as after she gave birth. She also spoke on the Gabby Petito incident once again. She told Maddi not to return to the Winona residence, obviously to get out of their relationship. And that's another thing. When in a domestic violence relationship, it is not, it's also difficult for people around you because the person's not going to leave and not going to take your help until they're ready to also leave and be done. So that's an important part of this. And it's not that she wasn't listening to her family and friends at this point. I think a lot of it just had to do with the timing of things. She was very evidently wanted to keep her children's father in their lives. And I think that's kind of the gist of it. So Megan was actually the one that had reached out to Maddi's friends, including Katie, on the day that she went missing and was like, hey, have you talked to Maddi? And then they decided at some point after no one had gotten a hold of her, they'd reached out to other friends who also had not gotten a hold of her, that Katie was going to go over there and see if she was there. In cross-examination of Megan, the defense attorney did ask if she had ever witnessed any abuse from Adam to Maddi firsthand, and she replied no. All right. So witness number 32 is Spencer Sullivan. I've kind of touched on Spencer here and there. Spencer is the guy that Maddi was seeing. we do learn a little bit more about their history. They were more on and off. But also, they were on when she went missing. So Spencer was seeing Maddi at the time of her disappearance. Spencer had joined the Army in 2009, and he was deployed to Afghanistan and Kuwait, which, side note, Veterans Day is Monday, so thank you to all the veterans out there, anyone that served the country. We appreciate you, and thank you for your service. And after leaving the Army, he ended up going to Winona State, which is where he actually met Maddi for the first time. He actually was in the same, he actually knew Adam, which is crazy to me. They were in the same fraternity, and so when they'd ask, like, hey, do you hang out with Adam? He was like, well, we hung out at, like, frat things, but not, like, one-on-one. He actually knew Adam and then also met Maddi through the same type of thing at school. And then it was in December of 2021, Maddi and Adam were on a break, and they had matched on Tinder and, like, rekindled. They're like, oh, hey, I know you. Oh, I know you. We knew each other from school, and then, like, kind of rekindled it. And so how's everyone doing? I'm just kind of talking at this point. We all good still? Yes?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. My chat, like, keeps freezing, so then all of a sudden there's, like, none, and then it'll, like, jump up. And so I get nervous that, like, I froze.
I don't think you have.
No, now it's moving. See, now it jumped again.
Oh, wait, it just jumped for me.
Yeah, well, in Chico, one of the things that we found out, too, was so after Maddi goes missing, Maddi's parents had the kids, and Adam actually tried to sue them for custody. But I guess in this, which this was something I learned in living here, I should know. But in the state of Minnesota, it doesn't matter if you're at the birth or on the birth certificate. If you're not married, the father has no rights to no parental rights to the children, which in this case was a blessing. Because he went and tried to get his rights, and they were like, sorry, you don't have rights to them regardless of what's going on. So if you're not married in the state of Minnesota, make sure, if you're a father, that you file in court for parental rights, because it's not automatic just by being on the birth certificate in this state. Thank you, Miss W. Thank you. Yeah, Miss W, it was one of those things where I was like, what? I live here. So I'm not exactly sure. And I'm sure that obviously changes, like, if there's paternity tests or something like that, because then obviously it's within the courts. But just writing it on a birth certificate doesn't give the father rights to parental rights, I should say. So so they had talked in December 2021, but then less than a month later, Maddi had said, hey, Spencer, I'm going to try and work it out with Adam. And so she cut it off with Spencer. Skip to September 2022. So just under a year later, they began talking again through Instagram. They were just talking as friends. We then get to fall 2022. A few months later, they started actually seeing each other. They would grab coffee, take walks around the lake. At this time, she was still trying to fix things with Adam. She was just friends with Spencer, but they were just, like, seeing each other, like, as friends. Like, she was kind of, you know, venting to him, talking about life, stuff like that. And then by the end of 2022, Maddi had ended things with Adam. She had felt bad. Spencer had felt bad that their family was breaking up, but he was really excited to explore his relationship with Maddi at this point and not have to have that burden. She was finally broken up with Adam. It could be the two of them now. And then he actually said on the stand that it's safe to say that he was falling in love with Maddi. And not long after this, Spencer and Maddi became more romantically involved. Oh, hi, Jiraiya. Thank you so much. So it's actually based on the pretrial. It was in winter, I want to say December of 2022, when they first became more physically involved. And that's the extent I'm going to put into that. That's okay. He's one of the other things, though, is that Spencer was actually with Maddi the night before she went missing. So in the timeline of events before she went missing, which we will hear in Katie's testimony. Katie's testimony is next. But Maddi had texted Katie and was like, hey, Adam's hovering over me. Can I come work at your house? Katie was obviously like, yeah, of course. And so Maddi came to Katie's for about an hour or so. And then she went to look at an apartment or townhouse. And then she went to Spencer's house. Now, Spencer has talked about how that night they had celebrated his birthday together. And they just like hung out at his place. Maddi texted Spencer goodnight that night, and that was the last time he had heard from her. On March 31st, 2023, Katie Kolka, Maddi's best friend, texted him to ask if he'd heard from her, and he had not. After Maddi had been reported missing, Ellie asked Spencer for samples, a cheek swab, in which Spencer cooperated in all ways that he could. And from everything that I've heard, Spencer is a really, really good guy. So, I will say is one thing that I've kind of heard is that Maddi was really in love with the fact that she found someone that was treating her the way she should have been treated, is kind of the gist of it. So that's something you always want to hear. All right. So next, we have witness number 33, Miss Katie. So Katie, if I got any of this wrong, I got it off of the notes. So just text me. Okay. Katie Kolka. Katie, is Maddi's best friend. She made the original welfare check call to 911. Now this is where things start to get a little more complicated. Okay. So Katie met Adam while working at Walmart back in the day. She also knew him because Adam was best friends with her husband Sterling, which I love Sterling. He's great, other than the scary masks. You'll know what I'm talking about. So Katie actually knew Adam first. She ended up meeting Maddi when Adam brought Maddi to Katie and Sterling's wedding. We were just having this conversation. Was it 2017 or 2018? You guys got married, something like that. Which is when obviously Adam brought Maddi as his date to the wedding. So that is where Katie ended up meeting Maddi. When Maddi moved to Winona, Katie and Maddi started hanging out a lot more, and then it ended up they started communicating daily via Snapchat, Facebook, and Instagram. And as time went on, oh God, he's here. Are you guys still here?
Yes, I am. I am right here. I've been here the whole time.
Do you guys see that? Trouble in chat.
Yeah.
Well,
hello, Sterling.
It's creepy. I'll just say that. Say I got a nice Snapchat video of him dancing in a clown mask for my birthday. So, but that was not the first time he scared me in a clown mask, which is just another thing. All right, so back to this. Now you're having too much fun, Sterling. They obviously, I'm laughing so hard. Stop it. I'm not going to kick you out. He keeps them everywhere, Grandma Sherry. That's the problem. To the point where the kids aren't even scared of them anymore. Oh, God. From where?
He's a new one.
You don't need another one. All I know is that if you send me a Snapchat, I'm not opening it. So. All right. So, obviously, as time goes on, obviously they get closer and closer to the point where they're now best friends at this point. Maddi had shared her frustrations about her relationship dating back to 2021 with Katie. This included upkeep of their house, being the sole caretaker of both the kids and their income. In fall 2022, Maddi, this is another incident. Maddi came to Katie's house. She was wearing a turtleneck on a really warm day. Katie had kind of like, no, he doesn't. That's Katie's husband, Sterling. Mine's NorCal Bowler, wherever he is. He's just bowling, actually. So he's just listening. But that one belongs to me, is NorCal Bowler. Sterling belongs to Katie. Or the other way around. It depends on the day.
Depends on who's in charge that day.
It's probably Katie. Yeah, right, LFT? Okay, so...
No, he's shining his bowling shoes. I don't know what you two are thinking.
He's actually bowling.
Well, now he really is multitasking.
Damn it. I got a snap from Katie. That's not happening. All right. We're so close. There's only 3 people after Katie. All right. So Katie kind of pokes fun, is like, why are you wearing a turtleneck on this such a hot day? Well, Maddi ends up pulling the chat's working. See, that one's mine, NorCal Bowler.
that one's mine.
And when Maddi had pulled down the turtleneck, there was like a blood blister there. It was reddish brown and slightly spotty. When she asked what happened, Maddi trembled and said she didn't want to talk about it. A week later, Maddi played down the incident, but did tell Katie that Adam had choked her. Obviously, Katie told Maddi to go to the police, or at least take photos of the marks. So if she decided later on that she wanted to go to the police, that she'd have evidence. Maddi kind of just played it off as not being that big of a deal. Maddi told Katie that her relationship with Adam was over in March of 2023. March 30th, 2023, around noon, Maddi called Katie saying that Adam was hovering over her and if she could come work at her house. Maddi went to Katie's, stayed for about an hour. Really? Well, and then that was kind of the gist of it. Then she left. If you want to correct anything, Katie, go ahead. March 31st, 2023, Megan, so Maddi's older sister, had reached out to Katie asking if she'd heard from Maddi. Katie hadn't. And then by the end of the day, Katie ended up going over to Maddi and Adam's residence to find her. She said the first thing she noticed was, I said it was like twisted skin, like how a blood blister looks, but it's not a blister. There you go. Corrections from the source.
Beat that true crime community.
Yeah. Try to get that. No, please don't. Don't reach out to families.
No.
So the first thing that, according to the notes that someone else took, that Katie noticed was that the van was backed in. That there were several attempts knocking on the door. Katie tried kicking the door in. I will say, and not in a mean way, but I'm not surprised Katie could not kick the door in. Just saying. But eventually she called the police for a welfare check, and then Katie was obviously involved in a lot of the searches, a lot of the press conferences, and asking the public for help, and so on. Katie's been No, he had brought the kids to his parents' house after he picked them up from daycare.
Okay.
So Katie was a very integral part in all of this. And I tell her every time that I talk to her how proud I am of her and how strong she is and how justice for Maddi would never have happened without her, as well as Sterling, because Sterling also testifies, which we'll get into here in a second. So the next few witnesses are friends of Maddi's. Most of them met her at Winona State. Witness number 34 was Haley Scott. No, I didn't. Send it to me. Her and her substantial force. Okay. That's what they're calling it these days. So Haley Scott pledged to Pi Theta, I don't know sororities. I usually ask Shay Benet. She's the one that's good with sororities. And with Maddi in 2014, they saw each other roughly every 3 months up until 2023. Maddi started discussing her frustrations about her relationship with Adam after the birth of their first child in 2018. In February of 2020, while FaceTiming Maddi, so Haley was FaceTiming Maddi. She saw Adam enter the kitchen. She was actually FaceTiming Maddi while Maddi was cooking dinner. She saw Adam enter the kitchen, asked why the house was such a mess. Maddi replied, if she had a little help, the house wouldn't be so messy. And Fravel hit her in response while on FaceTime. Haley says in quotations, I told him to never put his hands on her again or he would regret it. Yeah, that's true. Katie says, I think we need to give this credit to Krista. If she wouldn't have had that feeling, I don't know how this would have ended up. True. Krista's Maddi's mom. I think you all had very integral parts in it, is what I'll say. It was, oh, really? It was a question she was asked by the defense. LOL, they tried pinning the broken door on her. Have they seen her? Katie is very little. In the best way possible. But there's no way she's breaking a door down. Okay. So, let's see. She also said she admitted after this situation had happened, Maddi did admit to Haley that there were previous instances of domestic abuse and that she had urged Maddi to leave the relationship. In 2020, hang on. Oh no. Oh man.
No.
Okay.
The answer is no.
Yes, they know LFT.
The answer is no.
2022. The jury and the judge laughed. The gallery laughed. Well, right. And I think, like I said, I think you need to know Katie and see Katie in person to see also. Katie, how tall are you? She's like, I wish I could. Katie, can I show that picture of us that I took? The good one, but you'll be able to see how much larger of a person I am than her. My head is like 6 times the size of her head. I'm gonna look for it. And then 2022, Maddi avoided conversations about bruising when Haley saw marks on her neck. And then after the Gabby Petito incident, Haley asked her if she was safe, and Maddi said she was working on it. Okay. Here we go. And you guys have to remember too, I'm only 5'4", so I'm little too. She's 4'11". Hang on. Where's my messenger? I don't know. Ugh. Hang on. Katie, can I show that picture? I don't know if it's going to airdrop to my computer or not. All right, I'll keep reading. The next witness was Lauren. Lauren was a sorority sister at Winona State. She became friends through mutual friends also with Maddi, and would occasionally see each other. They often actually saw each other at Mayo Clinic. Lauren would go to Mayo Clinic for medical stuff, and she would oftentimes see Maddi. She would stay at Mayo. There's usually like a hotel that was so associated with the hospital. She would be going there for medical stuff, and Maddi would come visit her while she was there. In 2022, Lauren also witnessed Adam shove Maddi into, it was either the wall or the refrigerator while making dinner via FaceTime call. She saw this. So this is twice now that different people have seen him be physical with her over a FaceTime call. In mid-March 2023, Maddi told Lauren that she planned to leave Adam. Maddi told Lauren that Adam said she would not be leaving with his kids. So this is within the month before she leaves. Around the same time, Maddi actually met Lauren at the hotel near Mayo Clinic, and Lauren had noticed reddish marks around Maddi's neck. In cross-examination, the defense attorney, this was one of the other parts that kind of pissed me off, but I guess I get it from a defense attorney standpoint, but not from a personal standpoint. But the defense attorney said that Lauren, Haley, and Katie all became familiar with each other, more familiar with each other after Maddi's disappearance. They talked about it, and this, according to him, they talked about it and implied that their conversations biased each other, and that they kind of all took each other's instances and made their own. So he's trying to say that they all biased each other into creating these history of domestic violence, which is not accurate. All right, let's see. So the next three, we have witness number 36 is Holly. She was a friend of Maddi's. They met at Winona State. She recalls an instance where she saw marks on Maddi's neck as well. This is the only person, though, that I will say testified that Maddi laughed when asked about it and said that things got out of hand in the bedroom. So she's the only one, though, that Maddi said anything like that about. But I will say in the pretrial, it also went over how Holly said that her and Maddi would talk about that type of stuff, where everyone else was like, not to that extent. So I don't know if that's why, or if this was a one-time thing, or she was trying to play it off. I'm not sure. Witness number 37 is Michaela Shaw. She also met Maddi at Winona State, a friend of Maddi's. In fall 2021, Michaela testified about when Maddi told her about the Gabby Petito incident. And she remembers on multiple occasions Adam calling Maddi derogatory terms, and so on. So it's not something that was new. Witness number 38, we have Mr. Sterling Kolka. Woo-hoo. He is the ex-best friend of Adam Fravel, unfortunately, and he is married to the beautiful Katie Kolka. He met Adam in high school. Adam lived with him for a time. They were not as
like 80s dating music behind you.
Like the newlywed.
Sterling likes to ski and has.
Sorry. I know. And then it was believed that he believed that Maddi and Adam were broken up when Maddi went missing, according to the notes. Sterling, feel free to correct in chat. But you guys can also see, yeah, long walks. The bullet for me where it states he lived with me is false. The media got that wrong, and that wasn't the defense asked me. The defense asked me if at one point I made a comment to an investigator that it would be fun if we lived together, and I had said yes, apparently. So I knew you had offered him to stay with you to keep Maddi safe at some point. So that was Katie, though, not you. You guys had been friends a lot longer, like I said, since high school. Which is what I don't think a lot of people realize when it comes to you and Katie is I don't want to say entanglement of everything, but it was much more in depth for the two of you versus we had a conversation about him moving in prior to this all happening, but I delayed it because I honestly didn't want him there. Right. And there were previous incidents that we're not going to speak on as to why they weren't as close at this time, but they were still friendly. But yeah. So there you go. Once again, getting the facts from the source. Yep, that's as far as it went. He never moved in. Okay, interesting. See, but you know, this is one thing, like, I get that Maddi's family didn't want it televised, but I feel like it should have been recorded and put out somewhere, because just look at the little misinformation, and I know you guys. You know what I mean? That's crazy. Who's snapping?
It was me. I hit something, and I'm really sorry.
You're fine. Okay, so now we are getting to the last witness for the prosecution. Now, I'll tell you guys, the defense only took about 3 hours, so we are almost done. Witness number 39, which you guys will probably recognize this name, but they recalled Adam Bromerich, which is the sergeant at the Winona Police Department, and he's returning to testify again. They showed videos of Maddi's van driving past several residences and businesses on the path between Winona and Mabel, where Maddi's remains were found, as well as video dropping off the kids once again. Videos were presented of Maddi's phone activity. After the kids were dropped off, a text was sent to Megan from Maddi, and then Megan had responded. Her older sister Megan had responded a few minutes later, but it was never read. A few minutes later, Maddi sent Adam $20. And when I say that, Maddi's phone sent Adam $20. There's no proof that it was Maddi. And then 2 minutes later, Maddi's phone locked. The phone stayed locked until the evening of April 1st when the phone died. So she goes missing on March 31st, April 1st that evening. So like almost 48 hours. I pushed for Adam to move in here because I could feel the tension between them. Yeah. And you knew that he was pretty much at that point only a danger to Maddi. And then they also went over the timeline of Adam with the van. I will say a few things that they didn't really touch on was the fact that on the day that Maddi went missing and Adam was bringing stuff to his parents' house and then realized that he brought the wrong stuff to his parents' house and meant to bring that to the storage unit that's around the block from their house after he'd driven 45 minutes and turned around right where her body was found. That on his way to do that, he switched the license plates. He switched his license plate with Maddi's van's license plate, but then switched it back when he got back. So that was the part that was not shared. But so they kind of, I think, brought the sergeant of the Winona Police Department in at the end to just kind of wrap it all up and kind of show once again with someone who was there, right, LFT? The overview as this was the last, yeah, right, Grandma Sherry? This was like the last witness. So if you guys see here, here's the entire presentation. Now I told you guys that this one started to lag. So my last few slides, which will go pretty fast. Oh. LFT, you're up here now, but you don't have to talk if you don't want to. are slides that I just made on Canva because the other ones started to lag. Okay, so we have November 1st. So we're getting into the defense's case now. They had technically only 4 witnesses were talked about. I've heard that there were 5, but I couldn't figure out who the 5th one was. But witness number 1 for the defense, so this is in defense of Adam. I'm going to make this a little smaller just so I can see you guys over there. He told us he switched the plates because hers were expired. I never found out if they actually were. Well, he just got an excuse for everything. So, witness number 1 is Stephen Garrett. He is a lieutenant with the Houston County Sheriff's Office. Is that by you guys? Because I don't know where that is. But regardless, he was contacted to assist in the search for Maddie Kingsbury. He searched many ditches, including the road Maddie was found on, and didn't see anything unusual. That was the gist of it. So they're trying to say, oh, he searched over there and didn't see anything. Witness number 2 was Adam's brother, Ryan. What a hoot. He is Adam's older brother. He is 12 years older than Adam. He said that Maddie and Adam were on and off, but they were always affectionate. The children adored Adam. He never witnessed any abuse or bruising on Maddie, and that he never in his whole life had seen Adam Fravel angry about anything. Ever. He's Adam Fravel, never been mad, never been angry, ever, according to his brother.
I think history has now called him a bull-faced liar, too.
Yeah. I will say, Katie, make sure that if you're going to respond to any of that, to put your not getting sued pants on. Yeah. Oh, you do? Okay. Coughs bullshit. Grandma Sherry. His brother, huh? Checks out. Yeah. I'll take it. I don't think so for 5. Well, what person can, like, tell me you're lying without telling me you're lying? Like, shit.
Never been
Go
angry.
up there and say, I've never in my life seen this person angry. The amount of times I've made my siblings angry on purpose.
Seriously.
It's very high. So,
can we just talk about the times I've pissed LFT off today?
Well, yeah. Right? I pissed a lot of people off, apparently. But whatever. Well, because you gotta get that house ready, LFT.
Better call the working man, too.
Yeah. Apparently. Oh, shit. Oh, that's on the internet. Thank you, Matt. Witness number 3, Raymond Curtis. He lives adjacent to Adam's parents. And he's actually also cousins with Adam's dad. So he's Adam's second cousin, I guess. And he just goes on about the month after Maddie goes missing, stating that the police activity picked up on their road and that he would see cruisers drive by 2 to 3 times a week. No shit, Sherlock. Like, what do you expect? Okay. All right. And guess what, guys? That was all of the defense's witnesses. They rested their case after those 4 testimonies.
I would too.
3 hours. Yeah, right? So now I'm going to get into the closing statements, just the overview of closing statements. Nothing too crazy because you guys have heard everything at this point. Oh, wait, just kidding. I have one more witness. I lied. I'm a liar. 2. All right. course, this one moved up because of course it did. Pretty shallow pool there, defense. Oh man. Okay. So witness number 4 was hang on, I'm on the wrong slide. Not for you guys, but for me. Robert Albrecht. He lived near Maddi and Adam's residence, and according to him, he saw a slim figure walk around Adam and Maddi's property the day she disappeared. He said it was someone other than Adam that was standing next to Maddi's van that morning. He also said that he saw both Maddi and Adam playing with their children in the yard of the townhome that morning. Bullshit. Just saying. I will say that the prosecution did come back at him and was like, okay, but you didn't know who, like, they were just standing there. It's not like you saw that person taking Maddi away. And that's if this person knows the right day and everything like that. It is at this point that they say Adam Fravel decided he is not going to testify, which I will say, if you follow any trials ever, it is never intelligent for the defendant to take the stand. And then closing statements ended up being scheduled for Wednesday, November 6th, 2024, due to the election. Thought you were talking to me. I was like, no, I'm right here. And so this was Friday. And then closing statements were the following Wednesday. So this past Wednesday, 2 days ago, is when the next day happens. Holy 4 hours. And thank you to the 20 of you still here. I appreciate you so much. Okay, where am I? Sharing again. We're almost done, guys. We're almost there. I didn't want to split it up into 2. 3, let me see. All right. Closing that one. All right, so you guys seeing November 6th, 2024? Yes, okay. Closing arguments. So first I'm going to give you guys the overview of the closing arguments from the prosecution. This is the state versus Adam. They focused a lot on the testimony regarding the history of DV and abuse. Obviously, because especially with one of the charges having that domestic violence history, it's important that they stick to that and can prove that point. They brought up the Gabby Petito situation once again, as well as kind of touching on everyone's experience with Maddi after the fact. The prosecution talked a lot about Maddi's relationship with Spencer and how that could have caused Adam to have a feeling of loss of power, which could have caused a lot of this situation. They said, I liked this. He was jealous, unemployed, had to go live with his parents, and he knew life as it was ending. But the fact that they threw in jealous, unemployed, I was like,
he's a catch.
Yeah, bitch.
That's my man.
Yeah. Did you hear that? Unemployed. Oh man. Thank you, K-Brace. They also obviously brought up the physical evidence once again, the towel, the bed sheet, the cameras being taken off the wall, as well as the cameras catching the van going to that specific area on that day. And then in quotation marks, they ended it. The prosecution ended their closing arguments with, as I said earlier, from the outset of the relationship between Maddie Kingsbury and Adam Fravel, it was never about them. It wasn't about the children. It was about him and what he wanted. His efforts to control the relationship, physical violence, emotional manipulation. And I was like, slow clap. But I'm not going to clap because I'm never going to clap on a live stream. If you know, you know. I'm not going to. And then what does she? Got one more. We'll have the defense. And then I have 2 small clips of both Maddi's family and then the defense lawyer at the end. So let me just show these quick little screen grabs. Actually, I'm just going to bring them all up and then bring them up here. Okay. So we need 4. All right. So this one that we have here is 5 and 4. So these are the defense's closing arguments. The defense says there was no signs of a struggle inside Maddi and Adam's residence, and they showed pictures. They said Adam was willing to share his phone and passwords, so that obviously means he had nothing to do with it. They brought up the witness who saw someone other than Adam outside of the house that day. They shared a text between Maddi and her sister Megan, where Madam had said that Adam is not being mean. It's just awkward having him around because they broke up. Texts between Maddi and Adam were also brought up where Maddi was asking him if he wanted to cuddle. And it got to the point where they then try to say Maddi wasn't controlled by Adam. She still went on walks, long walks with Spencer and like shit like that. And then claims all of Maddi's friends really disliked Adam and their stories were very similar to one another, once again trying to state that they coerced each other into whatever they were going to say, which is not true. He said there's plenty of evidence provided through testimonies that Fravel was a loving father. There's 4 people that testified. None of them said anything about him being a father other than his brother. And he ended it with, he loved his kids and he loved Madeline Kingsbury. I'd like to say that he used past tense in both of those. Dude, you still got kids. You can still love Maddi. It doesn't have to be past tense.
You loved her to death.
Oh. All right, let me just see. We're almost done. Thanks for hanging in here. Thanks to TNLT.
No, you're doing great. I'm actually interested. You've kept me interested the entire time.
Oh, good. So now we're on November 6th and 7th, 2024. So this was 2 days ago. What day is it? No, 2. Yeah, the end of November 6th and then into the 7th, days 21 and 22. Jury received their jury instructions. And then deliberations began on November 6th, 2024 at 2:15 p.m. At around 8:03 p.m., the jury sent 3 questions to the judge. The first one was asking for a whiteboard, which the response was yes. The next question, which was one that I also questioned, was whether Adam Fravel can be convicted of second-degree murder if the jury established premeditation, which was a question I had too, as well as can he be convicted of all 4? And the answer was yes. So usually with first-degree murder, that's obviously premeditated. He was also charged with 2 counts of second-degree murder, which is not necessarily premeditated. And so I think what they were trying to say here, the way I took it when I read this, thinking it was a good sign, was because they're kind of stating the jury already established there's premeditation. That made me feel good about the first 2 counts of first-degree murder, the 2 counts of first-degree murder. So if they already think that, then that's already a good sign. So they're asking, if we already have premeditation, how can he also be charged with something without premeditation? But the way that the charges were laid out and the way the jury instructions work, they just had to read each individually. And if they all the questions answered yes for the specific one with the specific instructions per thing, then they could vote yes. So those were at 8:03 p.m. The jury sent those 3 questions in. All 3 were answered yes. And then one last screen share before I show you guys those videos, and then we can end it out. Is this the? Oh no, I was like, is that the one I just showed you? November 6th and 7th. Once again, this is actually just the 7th. The jury came back. They ended up actually staying late on the 6th. They asked for an additional half hour, so they were supposed to leave at 9:30, and they ended up staying till 10, saying, if we're close to a verdict, can we stay an extra half hour? They were like, yes. But then they ended up just coming back at 8 a.m. the next morning. A verdict was reached at 10:41 a.m. The verdict was announced at 11:05 a.m. And Adam was found guilty on all 4 counts, 2 counts of first-degree murder, 2 counts of second-degree murder, which was the best news I've heard all year. And something that I know, aside from me, a lot of people have needed to hear. There is a sentencing hearing scheduled for December 17th, 2024 at 1:45 p.m. I will say, in the state of Minnesota, if you are charged with first-degree murder, it is a mandatory life sentence without the possibility of parole. We do not have the death penalty here. But if you are convicted of first-degree murder, it is a mandatory sentence of life in prison with no possibility of parole. So that is what happened in the trial of the state of Minnesota versus Adam Fravel in the murder of Maddie Kingsbury. I have, hang on, I'm going to close that. And then I'm going to have you guys, I'm going to show you guys Fravel's attorney first, so that way we can end it off with Maddie's family speaking after the verdict, which they're both really close. They're really short. They're like less than 2 minutes. Let's see. This one, what a surprise. This is Adam Fravel's attorney. I have never seen him before. Yeah, your giggle. And I'll have you guys listen to this here. This is Adam Fravel's attorney saying they plan to appeal.
Yeah, I mean, obviously a disappointing finish, and family's tremendously emotional. Obviously, Mr. Fravel's.
Wow, that went well.
Tremendously emotional, and we appreciate the service that the jury put in. They've been a month away from the family.
Cut his hair.
Deliberated for 10 hours, and I think took the case and the facts seriously. Just disappointing the outcome, and Mr. Fravel will have the right to an appeal to the Minnesota Supreme Court with all first-degree murder cases, and it's a disappointing day from our perspective, but this is the way the justice system works, and it's the foundation of what our country is built on. And so people are entitled to a jury trial. They had their jury trial, listen to the evidence, and you may disagree with the verdict, but you have to respect the verdict too.
So this is the first time I'm hearing this because I grabbed it right before this live. Does he not sound like, well, I did my job. Sucks he's in jail. Sucks we lost. But this is just how the state works. Is that not what you guys are hearing from this?
No, I'm sorry. I'm looking at his hair. So I'm just more.
His mom cut his hair.
I'll tell you though, it's much darker in person. Not that
he just did a very good. He did a very good job of like combing it flat and kind of really keep just paint it on there. I'm sorry. And then it's his tie clip. I don't think I've heard a thing that he just said. I will be quite honest with every single one of y'all. Easily distracted.
Well, yeah, I don't know. K-Braze, Mal, did all this feel fast or slow, like everything combined with the case? I'll say it felt slow with like the omnibus hearings and stuff like that. But as soon as they set a trial date, I'll tell you, I was not ready for trial. I had not saved up for trial. And I was not expecting it to be as soon as it was. And then the fact that trial was 3-4 weeks. It started October 7th. And then literally we got the thing on November 7th. So, it didn't feel like it was an entire month. I did. Well, so Katie said in chat that I called Katie because I have everything set to like alert me. So as soon as Lou Ragoose or the other Olivia girl like posted like verdicts in, So I knew there was only a half an hour between when they said the verdict was in and when they were going to read it. So I immediately saw it and I called Katie and she answers and she's like, "Hey, love, what are you doing?" And I'm like, "How are you not freaking out?" And she's like, "What?" I'm like, "The verdict is in." And she was like, "Oh, shit. I love you. Bye." She hung up. I was like, "Oh, no." But I was like, she literally answered and she was like, "Hey, love, how are you?" And I was like,
"Oh, this is awkward."
I was like, "Dude." Oh. It was.
You did a tremendous job going through all that. And
I thought you said he did. I was like, screw you, Tia.
No, you did. And
thank you.
Like, I'm really proud of you, but I'm also a little envious because we have to go through the same thing with one of our cases. So that's why I asked you what it was like to be there and go through everything. And I mean, you start it from the get-go, and it's very.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
No, go ahead.
I was just going to
totally
say,
meant to.
I think the thing for me is that I started covering this case on a previous channel, and I'm very thankful for the coverage that the other channel gave it.
Provided, yeah.
Yes, because not only that, but I'll tell you guys, the only reason that me and Katie are friends is because one night when we were covering Maddi's case while she was missing, I put out a tweet that said, "We're covering the hashtag Madeline Kingsbury case. Please come over and watch the live." This when I was with the other channel.
Mm-hmm.
That night, Katie happened to be searching the Madeline Kingsbury hashtags on Twitter, clicked on the live, and came in, and I believe her exact words that she told me after the fact was, "I came in there to make sure you guys weren't talking shit." And I was like, okay. So she came in. We were going over, I believe it was the arrest affidavit that night for Adam. And I'd been obviously following it just because I was local. And I'm very, very passionate about DV cases and everything. And Katie came into chat and she was like, "Hey, I'm the friend.
I'm gonna bust a door in if you don't do this right."
Yeah, right. She said, I'm the friend that called 911. Like, if you have any questions." Oh my God, you're fine. Technically, you asked the right questions to the right channel, just not the right person. If you catch my drift. But so then Katie ended up coming up on panel that night, and it all worked out that my channel co-host at the time fell off panel, and it was just me and Katie. Yeah, it was just me and Katie, and I interviewed Katie, and she kind of sat there and answered questions while we went over the arrest affidavit. That live, as well as any lives of me on that previous channel, are no longer up. I do luckily have a copy of my interview with Katie, but that wasn't the part that necessarily made us friends. It was after that live, me and Katie stayed on StreamYard just talking for about 4 hours after that live. And that was the first time we'd ever talked or met. And then we stayed in touch after that. And then I went down for the memorial and was with Katie. She brought the kids. We went swimming at the hotel I was staying at. And ever since then, it literally just came very naturally. We have very similar sense of humors. And even though we came together for such a terrible incident, I'm so grateful for the friendship that I have with Katie, with Sterling, with the kids, and that they have been open to allowing that friendship, even though technically it started from me being media. And that was one thing that I said at the very beginning of this is, even when I was down in Mankato for trial, there were a handful of people that were like, she's media. And Katie always would be like, she's Mallory. she will never post one thing without either Katie's permission, Krista's permission, Megan's permission, or anything. And anything that the family has ever asked me to take down, hold, anything, I have never shared and I will never share, because the connections that I've made, the friendships that I've made are like, I went down and watched Katie's kids when she gave birth.
Yeah, I remember that. I mean, it's real. It's not.
It is. And I think for me, like, a lot of people are like, don't get involved in cases, don't get involved in cases. But this happened so naturally and we clicked so well that even though it did technically start like via YouTube because of Maddi's case, it's something that if like I would delete the whole YouTube channel if it meant keeping those relationships with Katie and Sterling and Krista and everything, because that's what's important to me. Now, I know that the platform is important because there's not a lot of families and friends behind true crime cases that have the ability to have a platform where they can speak their minds. And I've seen that firsthand with Katie. Katie did a wonderful interview towards the beginning. When Maddi went missing. And they had asked her a ton of stuff about Maddi, and she was like, I got to say like memories of Maddi and the type of person Maddi was, and the news station cut all of that. And that's why I've always told her, like, my platform, although small, is something that she will always have control over when it comes to her story, Maddi's story, and that's the same way it's always been. So, and will always be. But I also am very grateful at that because I have new family. Don't cry. But also being in this sphere of true crime on YouTube is a very icky place to be. And the relationships and how this case has been handled and the different things that I've seen behind the scenes of creators or news stations and stuff, and how little things have affected these people behind the scenes.
But aren't you proud of yourself for that? Isn't it better? I know for us it is, like, isn't it better to know that you can sleep at night by doing the right thing, even if it meant deleting your entire channel?
I mean, yes, but I also, for me, like, I'm at the point where I'm like, how is this something that other people just don't do? You know what I mean? Like,
they do.
How is it? But you know what I mean? Like, how is this something that's not natural? Like, to me, it doesn't sound like I'm trying so hard to do something different. You know what I mean? To me, it's like, how could you do something different than how I've handled this? And I'm not saying I handled it perfectly whatsoever, but I'm just saying, like.
Well, you just answered your own question, I think. You just said it's so natural for you because it came from a genuine place. Like, and you're interested and it's like intriguing in its own way for us, at least for some of us. But I think you just nailed it right there. That's the difference.
Yeah.
That natural, like that, when you just said it came naturally for me, and that's just the way you think because you're genuine in what you decide to explore and what you invest in. And you do it because your reasons aren't questionable.
Yeah.
I was just saying the reasons aren't questionable.
Well, and I think too, like, I've always said, and I've told you guys this and I've told others this, that the way that I came onto YouTube, although I've gone through a lot of pain, I've made a lot of mistakes, I've hurt people, just based on everything else, I wouldn't change it because I've learned a lot of the hard lessons that some people that come onto YouTube as a creator don't learn until very later on. So I'm very grateful for that, but also the fact that I have been able to experience Maddi's case like I have has made it that, like, I second guess, and I mean, not second guess. I think very strongly about everything that I put out and how it's going to affect people, because I've seen how random little things can affect someone randomly. And so this Maddi's case not only has it, like I said, brought me family and people that I care about very much, but it's brought me a sense of how I want to continue to help in these cases and give voices and do it in a way that I can be proud of, and that I never have to worry about the family or the friends of a victim watching something on this channel and it hurting them, causing stress or anything like that. So, thank you. Thank you, Katie, for not just talking shit that night and letting me in and everything. And thank you to everyone here that has stayed rooting for Maddi and her family. Thank you, Tia, LFT. You guys know you guys are some of my best friends. I love you guys, and I appreciate you forever. Thank you. Who else I want to say, because I haven't been live. Thank you to the rest of my mods. I know you guys all haven't been here. I know. Where'd you guys go? Am I still showing? Are you guys still here?
Yep, everybody's still here.
Okay, my chat closed.
Okay, you want me to tell you who's in here?
I could see everyone up until the second, but I just
Evan's still here. Katie's still here. You know, everyone. Your boyfriend's still here.
All your BFFs are still here.
Yeah. But so hang on.
Oh, and Wheel's here. Oh.
Boss man.
Yeah, Wheel. And so it's K Braids. We couldn't good luck. He tried to go to bed and he's still here.
But yeah. So I'll just say that although it's been very difficult and I wanted to hold off to do this stream until after the verdict came in, because I was not going to mess anything up, that I'm so grateful that I've had the experience I have had with Maddi and Maddi's case, because it's taught me how I want to proceed with my channel and how I want to cover cases. So I thank you guys for allowing me the platform to be able to do that and supporting me. And supporting, I mean, like I said, all the revenue, well, not all the revenue. I'm not going to say all the revenue. I'm not getting caught in that shitstorm. But after all of the fees and StreamYard comes out, the additional revenue after we hit $100 is going to go towards Katie and Maddi's family in starting this thing. What is it? Foundation. Thank you. The domestic
You're
violence.
talked out. You've been going so long.
I know. I'm surprised. But yeah. So thank you guys again. It said your browser has lost connection to screen share your audio. So I'm going to re-screen it, and you guys will have to tell me if you can hear it. Can you hear it?
We can hear it.
Okay, before I finish this off, you guys will see here, this is Megan on the right. That's her older sister. This is David Kingsbury, her father, her stepmom, Kathy. This is Krista, Maddi's mom, as well as more family to the side. You guys will hear here. As soon as this video is over, I'm going to go ahead and hit my outro, and then I will keep you guys up to date. I'm not going to make promises on when I'll be back, what the next case will be. I have a handful of other cases, but to be honest, this has been a lot. So just work with me, and I'll see you guys all over. Please go subscribe to Tia and LFT. Go subscribe to Nonsense. Go subscribe to Chico. Go subscribe to who else? Duchess. Everyone that has Criminality. Teresa over on Criminality has been killing it with the Delphi coverage, which is also almost what's it called? It's in Deliberations as well.
Delphi.
Yep, with Delphi. I do have their channels linked down below. And yeah, so after I play this, I'm just going to start the outro and then I'll end it out. And thank you guys for coming. Make sure to be kind to one another. Don't get wrapped up in the bullshit on YouTube. And do something, like I said, do something kind for someone else. So thank you guys. And I'm going to mute out and then play this and play the other one. And then I'm going to head out. Thanks, guys. Bye.
The jury for their service and the prosecutors for the job that they've done, many exhausting hours. Besides being excellent professionals, they're really good people. And the same with law enforcement. We had so much support and so much love from everybody from the Winona area, and we feel it here in Mankato as well. As far as the verdict today, of course, we're glad of it. It's a bit of a Pyrrhic victory. We're not going to get Madeline back. Fravel can't be punished enough. We've lost a daughter, mother, aunt, sister. Children are scarred. Not just Eliana and Noah, but children in our extended family. Wonder
their cousins.
Why?
Yeah.
His life is wasted, ruin and devastation to two families. There's no joy here, but we're glad of the result.
So what does tomorrow look like for the family?
I don't know.
A deep breath.
A deep breath.
Deep breath.
Maybe able to get some more sleep.
We want to get back to the kids.
Try
We've been there for a couple of days. Yeah, we got to figure out a new normal. Life won't be the same.
And many of you guys had to testify and, look right at him. And you, David, talked about your relationship and your bad relationship with him. What was that like to face him in that courtroom?
He doesn't occupy much space at all in my head. Really, he's just kind of there, so.
He belonged where he was, so it really didn't bother us much.
Obviously, what happened to your family is incredibly tragic, but as you can see behind you, her friends are here talking about domestic abuse and everything. What do you hope other victims and other families take away from this? Because you guys really advocated for her in the beginning, and what the Winona PD did is just wonderful.
I don't want to hog the microphone, but the jury and the state struck a blow for abused women today.
Yeah, very true.
The judge needs to take care of her end of it, and the message has got to go out. You can't do this and get away with it.
It was important that even that particular part of the verdict was important for you guys to have the jury say, yes, we believe.
Yes. Oh, yeah.
No, I apologize if this question was already asked, but can you tell us that sigh of almost relief that your family maybe felt when you found out that he was guilty on all 4 charges?
Yeah, it was
a huge weight lifted.
It was hard to stay quiet.
It was hard.
Yeah.
I think you always have faith that the system works. So regardless of, both sides of the room did a fantastic job. It's hard to like a defense attorney, but they both did their due diligence, right? So seeing everything presented in the way that it was, I think going through Stephen Kingsbury, by the way, I haven't been in the media much. It's easy to waver, things ebb and flow and whatever, but at the end of the day, you just got to trust the process, and that the truth kind of rises to the top and is evident. It always comes out. So I don't know. I thought he was going to be guilty on all 4 counts. You never know what to expect though, but once it's read out loud by the judge in that courtroom, there's a almost palatable kind of in and out on our side of the courtroom anyway.
Yeah.
So yeah, it was.
Well, we knew he was guilty on all 4 counts. We just didn't know if 12 people we never met never will.
I don't want to get copyright
the same. So there was a lot of
this play all the way 6 minutes through.
Was it hard to not be able to watch the trial and kind of know how it's going firsthand?
We knew less than anybody. We were in a
we knew less
complete
than
blackout.
strangers.
So we still don't know much what was going on. There were things that were brought up in testimony and argument and the final closing arguments and whatnot. And I know that's not true. And specifically, the elderly man that lived next door, I canvassed the neighborhood the day she disappeared and talked to the neighbors. And I talked to him. And he told me that Adam Fravel was in the driveway, backed the car in and waved at him. And he remembered it because it was unusual, because he never waved at him before. And all of a sudden, I find out later, after it was too late for me to even tell the prosecutors about it so it could be introduced, that guy talked to me about Adam Fravel specifically. Now it's some mysterious slender man. So, yeah, being not part of the trial process certainly had its drawbacks.
That's weird.
You guys may have been unaware, but Adam Fravel was visibly crying and blowing his nose in the courtroom. What's your take on that? What do you think those tears were for?
I think they were for himself.
Yeah.
Selfish fake.
I got caught. I got caught.
Didn't get to observe any of it, but the little that I did, he was stoic, sitting there, hands clasped, stone faced. You know, when you think you're going to get away with something, I mean, he didn't testify. Guilty people generally don't testify.
You don't have to use this, but the village idiot thought he was the criminal mastermind.
Please use that.
Please use that.
Yeah, please use that.
David with the one-liners.
Disappointing the
Well,
outcome.
we don't care about him.
Mr. Fravel will have the right to an appeal to the Minnesota Supreme Court.
No one gives a shit. I mean, you can go have an appeal, but it ain't going to do anything. All right, let me see. Back to you guys. Okay, I'm going to do my outro. Thank you again, TNLFT, for coming on up. Thank you guys for being here. Justice for Maddi has happened. And now we just got to get through the appeals process. But there will be more stuff coming out once I talk to Katie more and we can figure out exactly what can be shared and what can't and so on. So yes, thank you again.
Thank you, Mel. Thanks for keeping us updated.
No, and thank you. Thank you guys for coming up here and being my rocks through this. I couldn't have done it without you guys. So
yes, you
did
could
so well.
You did.
Sorry, LFT. I know that the hair at the end there gotcha.
I mean, I literally I can't look. I can't look away. It's just there.
What's
don't know,
crazy
but
is
I'll
I'm
deal with
telling
that.
you, not that I would know, but it's much darker in person than it looks. But I don't know that for sure. So, all right. Thanks, guys. Be kind, and I will see you guys soon. Bye.